The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pitfalls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pitfalls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pitfalls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pitfalls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pitfalls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends and ask questions and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs.
We ready to rock this, man? What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? What's up? Talk Shit Tuesday. What's up, fellas? Hope all y'all had a good day. Did you take care of your dogs yet? Did you feed them? Did you check on them? Did you clean up that shit? Tell me what you did today. Bulldog time. Yes, sir. Good day, y'all. Good day. Talk Shit Tuesday. What we gonna talk shit about today? I don't know. I do not know. But we're gonna talk some shit. Okay? How y'all doing today, fellas? Okay, now look here, y'all. Don't forget to hit them likes. Don't forget to hit them subscribe for your new guys. Don't forget that we need your support to continue this on here. Continue to support the movement. The movement. Is that what we want to call it? Uh-oh. Mike's moving around. Mike's moving around. Uh-oh. Everybody can hear me fine? Do I need to be up a little louder? Let's get a sound check on here today, y'all. We got Busta Rhyme here. What's the day sound like, man? What's the sounding like there, boss man? What you looking like? You ready to get up in here and do this? Today we're gonna be talking about some stuff here today, y'all. This not basically the dog in general. It's just the concept, the points that I'm trying to get you guys. It doesn't have to be these particular dogs. It could be some dogs that y'all guys are messing with, you know, to be for real about it. It could be any line, basically. That's the point I'm trying to say. You know, you just got to see the concept of the bottom line. I think a lot of guys are missing what I always call the bottom line. The bottom line to me is there ain't but one point to be made. One point to be made. And that is, can you get there? That's the point. We having sound problems.
Let's go.
Hold on, fellas. I guess she's doing a sound check here. Mic check 1. Mic check 2. Are we good? Okay. All right. Okay, fellas. I guess we got everything back in order. What we're going to be doing today is we're going to be going over the concept. You know, the only reason I'm bringing up these particular dogs is because of their background. You know, the bottom line. You know? Uh-oh. Where's my phone at? I got to get my phone, fellas. Hold on 1 second, man. I got to get my phone. I need my phone, fellas. Hold on.
While he doing that, I thought I'd jump on the camera and everything and say, "What's up, fellas?"
fellas? What's up, fellas? What's up? What is up? What's up? What's up? What's up? You know what I'm saying? Just a quick shout out to the chat and everybody who come through and everything. And hey, look, don't forget to hit them subscribe buttons for the newcomers and them likes and all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Much appreciation to my norms. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what's up. Hold on, my boy coming back and everything. You know, I can't have no dead space, so I like the camera a little bit. I don't get on it much, but like, what's up, fellas?
Back to what I was saying. We're gonna be going over some of the concepts. Like, I can't really see the chats. I never can really see the chats. But I want to keep up with some of you guys because I want to dive in and remember how we did the pedigree thing? That wasn't all that cool. You know what I mean? I didn't really like that. But what I did like was the understanding of some of the guys compared to some of the newer guys. Guys that do have dogs on their yard. We got that ambition and dream to finally get there and do something. You know what I'm saying? You know, and it's like everybody's not going to get there now. It is still like the NFL and any other professional situation that you're dealing with. You know, and a lot of y'all is going to be still talking about your yard without doing your yard. Okay? And the only problem that I see with this is still we have lack of information. We have lack of information. It's one problem you young guys are having. Second problem is the lack and disconnection of trust, integrity. You know, all the things that really make a fraternity. We lack that. You know, it's bad when you have dog men out here that's trying to help you guys, and then y'all get confused with wannabe dog men. You know, and that to me it's a bad thing, because this is how you guys are getting jacked on your puppies. This is how you guys are getting jacked on your dogs. This is how you guys are getting jacked out here when y'all come to trying to condition a dog, take care of your dog, raise your dog. Because y'all don't know the damn difference between what's real and what ain't. You know, and that's a problem, especially in a problem in a sport like this here. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm going over these particular dogs, because again, remember, I talk about a lot of things that I do. Now, you don't have to do directly what I do, like me and my twin. How did you get yourself up to this point? Remember, James Pope taught me how to read papers. That was the first smart thing that I learned. Understanding who certain dogs were and how they were being bred to create those dogs. Now, I can start off with Snooty where I started with. Hey, remember, I'm trying to build a yard just like y'all got. Okay, I want to know what I'm feeding though. Remember, I got dogs from them. They didn't give me no heat. They didn't give me no instructions. They didn't give me anything. So I came in just like y'all did, not understanding much. But the first thing I did learn, I knew what a pedigree was. I knew what an ADBA pedigree was. You know, again, there's a resource. I had some type of resource. Okay? Now, once I got that far, you know, I bumped into what they call the journal, the Sporting Dog Journal. Now, how did I bump into the Sporting Dog Journal? I bumped into a Sporting Dog Journal by a guy named, you know, his name was Lynn. You know, he showed me this book. And in this book, he was showing me this is the dog game. You know what I'm saying? You know, it had these shows in there. It had these pedigrees in there. It had these champions in there. So now I'm getting a look. Hey, is any of my dogs in there? Well, sure enough, they was in there. Dog coming off of Snooty. Remember Snooty and them back then? This is in the early parts of the 80s. You know, I was down in the Carolinas in the early 80s. I came out of the Carolinas in like 86, 87. And I came out of there with some dogs. Okay? So by the time I get up to Ohio, I'm still running with the dogs that we had down there when we met James and them. Basically, Snooty dogs. And this is where, when I got there, this is how I learned, you know, the steps and the making of mistakes in those steps. Because remember, I didn't get a handbook. I didn't have nobody to talk to. You know, the only thing that I knew was that I got directed to the Pope, played with him, but even had some of his dogs. You know, based on, you know, I know how people can fall into the hype, okay? But see, the more I got into it, the more I became more aware of what my want was in the game compared to what I was dealing with, okay? This is where I learned real quick. Did I want to read papers and be a breeder? Or did I want to go out here and do some hunting? Because for some odd reason, I was going over there doing a whole lot of hunting with what I had. So I'm kind of pretty sure that, you know, papers don't mean shit to me if the dog ain't shit. You know, that's what I was on. I'm a Marine. So my mentality and my attitude was like, okay, you know, I want some real shit. I want to be able to beat up on some shit, you know. Still don't know what I'm doing, but I'm talking shit. So as I learned more, and I mean, it was a process. Again, remember my first time that I ever done a dog, it was the Snooty dog. First time. I took him in there, going in there at 45. In true reality, I had a 35-pound dog. I just wanted to do a dog. So I learned my lesson on that. And by me learning my lesson was, see, what I was doing the Pope way didn't mean, the weight didn't mean anything. We just checking dogs, okay? So it was not uncommon for us to just be whatever you got, you know what I mean? So that was one of those things where, in learning, I started figuring out, oh, okay. So when I go back and start asking questions, these are the answers I'm getting. You know, hey, you're just talking to the wrong people. Well, yeah, he know how to read papers, but that's it. I don't know how to do this shit we do. Huh? No, he don't do the shit we do. What do y'all do? What do y'all do? Oh, they showed me what they do. Okay, after I got my ass smacked on the ass and got talked about for being young and dumb in the game, you know, I wasn't no sore loser. I was humble because, you know, they was telling me something. It made sense to me. Then nobody told me, you know, there was weights and all these good things where you had to do certain things to be in these events. So I'm like, okay, So I'm talking, to this point, I'm dealing with the wrong type of person. You know, at least I was smart enough to know that much because I moved on. I didn't hang around. There was no use to hanging around because where am I hanging around somebody who don't know? You talk about it, but you ain't being about it, so why I want to talk to you? Okay? That's the point. Thanks for showing me. Thanks for helping me, but you ain't me. What I'm trying to be, you ain't. And I need to be around people who are. Real people who are. You know, I'm a street person just like y'all. A person with a lot of mouth without real proof and activity don't faze me. And don't get by me. So that's probably why I was able to move forward and didn't get stuck in the shell like some of you guys out here in my own chat room. Y'all still stuck between, y'all don't know which way to waver, and you don't even know why you even have dogs half the time. Because if you don't know why you have dogs, then you don't need to have those dogs. You really don't even need to be in this chat room, because this chat room is not meant for you kind of guys. Okay? I'm just being honest. The chat room's for dog men. Guys will have to understand if they can't get nowhere, they have to start all over. They got to have the will and the understanding. They have to do that and be smart enough to do that. I start off with Snooty, but I'm well known for the Mayday dogs. Why? How did I go from there to there to there to there to there? I went through many trails to get to where I got with that. But my focus was always one thing. I don't care how it's bred, as long as I'm getting there doing what I want to do, and that was have fun and doing dogs. And I was doing dogs before I ran into Mayday. Having fun and winning with other lines. So it wasn't the Mayday thing that created it. It was the people that I began to meet. And these weren't people who weren't doing dogs and talked a good game. These weren't people who was so busy out there trying to sell some bullshit, running some bullshit to see how long they can keep a young dude stuck up under their wing that really couldn't fly. You understand what I'm saying? As long as they had that type of attention from me, they was cool. The thing was, I caught on, and I lost that interest in that attention I was giving them because it wasn't helping me none. Sound good, but on some real shit. I'm messing with some guys that's doing some real shit. They should sound like it's more relevant to listen to somebody who ain't done shit. It sounded good, and it seemed like I was learning something, but in the long run, no, I wasn't. I wasn't getting no damn where. Because just as soon as I started breaking away from that bullshit there, guess what? I started getting rid of that shit. That's what happened. I started cleaning yard because guess what was happening? What was happening was as I was growing and learning, I was acquiring real dogs. Real show dogs, events. You understand what I'm saying? And when you start upgrading, that lower grade ain't gonna have a chance. Remember, I'm already calling hard, so you already know I'm straight Sparta up in there. And guess what? Them ones that I started out with, it's those the two good ones. The only thing that I was actually working with was Mikey and Judo anyway. They was the only two. Came in one, lost my first one. After that, shoot, I won 4 or 5 more after losing my first one. But what happened? I changed. I took that Snooty dog and I learned how to put one in shape and came back at 35. But I learned to get there, I had time to get past all through the ranks of the other cities like Detroit. Had other chances to doing conditioning and going out places like Buffalo and the Rochester area. This is long before I ever had Mayday dogs. Still ain't lost but one. But it was the dogs that one was a gift, and the other one is one of the Carolina dogs that I came from Carolina with. The one I lost with, you know. But he was cleaning house. I wish I could have got a lot more of him, but we lost him and Mikey in the thieves. So the rest of the yard really didn't matter to me. I had a dog that I had Grand Champion Satan's literary brother. We actually went and got those 2 dogs together. He got Satan and I had Timex. His name was Timex. He was going to be he was the 3rd player up. Never got a chance to do him because for some odd reason he got poisoned. Once the guy who really didn't want me to have the dog because, you know, I just so happened to me and him was together when we purchased the dog and got the dogs. And Satan became a great dog. But I had a legitimate brother, could have been just as great, if not better. We didn't even got a chance to see. So I ran into my hard times. I ran into it losing judo, 2-time winner, getting ready to go for his championship. I just won off of beating Legion of Doom with Mikey. He got stolen. You know, the only dogs on the yard were being stolen is him. And then, you know, I had Timex. I had put Timex somewhere else, close by, let somebody know where he was, and the next day he dead poisoned. And just funny, he was just so happened to be poisoned by the person who didn't really want me to have the dog. So I had my bumps and scrapes. It was only through a phone call to go grab some dogs is where I picked up and started all over again because I cleaned the house. I cleaned the house and I put my killers back in play. My Rottweilers and my Dobermans. And I had a Shepherd. So I was out of it not long, but I was going to stay out of it until I found the spot where I'm still moving around and I'm still looking for the right one. Now, it just so happened that, you know, I was sent on a mission to bring some dogs back, okay? And when in the process of bringing those dogs back, this is where I ran into Amber. And from Amber to Grand Champion Ace breeding to having the puppies, at least 2 of the puppies down there with me, you know. Thunder Kennels, I got the sister, you know, but this is how I started. And when you look at the breeding, it was understandably why did I start all over again with these dogs? Because these are the dogs that fell in my lap. Remember, I know how to read papers. So the papers was basically clear to me that the way Amber was bred, she was off a Wrangler. You know, and for those who don't know who Wrangler is, let me see if I can pull him up, okay? But the point is, the whole time now, my concept was that I wanted to play. I got the bug. I was having more fun climbing over the wall. Going out there in the woods and climbing over the wall and going to chase me some hogs. I got the fever. You know, I knew what it felt like to win, and I knew what it felt like to lose. I knew what it felt like to think everybody's your friend, you know what I'm saying, and letting everybody in on what you're doing because everybody want to be in the man who's the new kid. He twin coming up. You know, all I did is won 3 matches and I'm coming up because I'm new, but look who I was beating. It was the people that I was beating. You know, that was the thing. I'm beating top dog men. So that was only took 3. That put the eye on me, but then next thing you know it, I don't have nothing else. I don't got nothing else. And I had nothing else for a while. The next thing I had coming up was Red Ace. And I raised her. I raised her from a puppy. And the whole time, the breeding concept was breeding Ace was supposed to do something that I just so happened to have what it was supposed to do. Guys, exactly what I thought it was supposed to happen. I just so happened to have the puppy that it was supposed to happen with. I cannot say that for the rest of them. One of them was a biter. He was a hell of a dog, but he was a biter. He didn't like people. The sister, she was good. They went down to Thunder Kennels. I heard she won one. But yeah, other than that, I didn't know any other males. But the thing was, can I get back in? And she was the perfect one to get back in. But here's the thing. Through all this process, guys, remember I told y'all, I started out with nothing but some papers. Then I went from the papers to meeting Pope, and then Pope learned to teach me how to read the papers, but that's all as far as he could take me. All the other shit was bullshit. See, I grew out of that real quick. You know, because playing around with the real guys, you know, that was bullshit. You ain't doing shit. I want to do something. So that changed. And that's how I grew. And it grew right out of this shit that I had of his. Okay? I grew right out of that. Because I had grew into another level. And I started noticing what level you need to be at to be competitive. And it's not easy having that. It's not easy having that shit. It's not. Because you just don't know. You know, you want to stand there and believe and brag and hope. But until you really put it down there to really see for yourself, you don't know. Now, I believe I had a world beater. I know I had a world beater. Again, everything don't work out the way I want to, but the one thing I did learn through information, I had a channel because I was able to make contact with guys, you know, through the journal. We already got people already connected to Detroit. So once I got into Detroit, I got into the connection. And I know why? Because I was able to look in the journal and see these guys. I'm looking at them. I'm looking at their show news. I'm looking at them refereeing. I'm looking at them putting them down. I'm looking at their champions. Oh yeah, I'm in the right spot. Oh yeah, I'm in the right spot. I'm hanging around. Now keep in mind, y'all. Then it took Mikey, then it took Judo. Everybody always saying the new kid on the block ain't nothing to be messing with. Then all of a sudden I'm out, I ain't got no dog. The next thing you know, I got Red Ace. Now Red Ace is growing up. I'm getting a chance to put Red Ace on a few people, you know what I'm saying? And that stopped real quick because she was definitely something special. She was so special that I used the journal to find me a full-time winner. I didn't give a fuck where she was. I was going to go into me a champion or a four-time winner, or I would have went into a grand champion with her. You know, but that's my belief and my feelings and where is my mental thinking coming from. Because by paper-wise, I was seeing what my papers was telling me I was supposed to see. Now, I can't say that for all the puppies in the litter, y'all. That's what I'm saying to tell y'all. It's not always all the puppies in the litter. So when you hear guys saying I had 3 or 4, I guarantee wasn't 3 or 4 of them out there winning. And if you had 3 or 4 out there winning, it's very seldom, even in the records of all the dogs, it just very seldom happens. You're lucky if you get one, be happy to even be able to have one. Just be happy to even have one, even make it over the wall. That's how hard it is. And to win, it's even harder, especially if you're going into real hard competition. And by having that information, that's what made the competition what it was. It was through that information that I saw how strong the Detroit guys were. Oh, Lower Akron wasn't nothing compared to Detroit. We was not ready for them. It didn't take but a couple slaps on the ass for Akron got on. For real. Once they got on, it was a whole different story. Satan came along. B-Crest came along. A couple other guys, J-Roll came along. You know, I'm coming along. You know, but I'm still ain't got nothing to work with. I'm still stuck on this Red Ace. By the time I got done dealing with the Red Ace thing, I'm all up in Connecticut looking at Amber being bred to Angel's Apache. Again, we're back to the Apache dog. We can look at his pedigree and look and see why we was making that breeding. And like I said, I ran into Mayday. That's the only way I ran into Mayday. They didn't even know who Mayday was. You know, I seen Mayday, I seen Choice, and I seen Dolly. They was there with Apache. So we made the breeding to Apache. It just didn't take. That's why they owed me a breeding, and that's how I was able to breed Red Ace to Mayday. But look, again, I'm back in the former shit. But look, when I go grab my papers, though, okay. Let me see. I'm gonna pull up and see if I can get me an Angel Apache up. Okay. But in the process of while I was doing that, it was real smart of me to breed to Apache, because Apache was a good dog, and he fitted what we was trying to do. And it was important that Amber be bred to, because her game was undeniable. Red Ace had the gameness of her mama, but she really was to her ability of her father. That's what made us excited about breeding to Apache, because we could take that outcross that we did with Grand Champion Ace, bred to Amber, and come back in with them puppies coming off of Amber and Apache and be in the house. You know, that's what I wanted to do. That's what we were trying to do when we actually made that breeding. When he went up there and actually did that. And like I said, in the process of us doing that, that's how we ran into Mayday. Okay, guys. This is Angel's Apache. Now see that? That's the Angel's Apache. Now look how he's bred. A lot of Fletcher Shaver stuff in it. You got yellow, you got sassy. The top side, the whole top side, that's when I'm going to take you to Amber next. But look how that breeding is. Okay? Now, if you see how that breeding is, that's a real heavy Fletcher Shaver's dog. Heavy yellow John. Yellow John. It's that, yes, it had yellow and sassy there at the bottom. Them are litter mates. But it still was a heavy yellow John breeding. All these is yellow John. See it? It's a heavy yellow John dog. So this is why we went the extra mile after breeding Red Ace and still having Amber on the yard, why we choose to go ahead and breed to Apache. How did I find out about Apache? I had references. I had a journal. The journal was very important to me. The journal would always take me to places where everybody else was when it came to checking on who I was meeting and the people who I was around. Like I met the bishops, and then I met Sean B. and Gerard and the guy who owned Handicap. I mean, I'm seeing all these guys, you know, from Detroit to Buffalo, Rochester area. So yeah, it was very important for us back then to continue using my reference, a reference that you guys don't have. And then the other thing was, I had nobody, you know, we didn't have the internet for somebody to be able to slide by and talk a bunch of shit. And if you was in the journal doing shit, you know, if you was looking at stuff in the journal, you know, you really didn't see anybody as far as anything that you would question. You know what I mean? I think everybody who would want to pay an ad to be in the journal was trying to sell some puppies or get a stud off. But back then that was kind of cheap. You know, $300 was about the norm in stud fees, for real. You know, I would have to say there was times where I seen a couple good ones, like, you know, Yellow was up to stud for a time for $300. Then he went up to $500 after his grand championship, you know. But the thing was, even in that case, you know, remember, David Tant was advertising. He was advertising and he was doing a lot of stuff. I never made it over to David Tant. I wish I could have. You know, I wish I could have made it over to Carl Cruz. You know, I got a chance to meet him because during the time that we was up there breeding to Apache, like I said, Dolly on the yard, Mayday on the yard, choices on the yard. Just got done seeing a 4-time winner get his ass tore up by Mayday, so I know he was the truth. Done seen a small shot, playback movie of one, and he knocked off another 4. So he actually had knocked off 2 4-time winners at the time that I had ran into him. He wasn't even a grand champion yet. So I can tell you this much. What I did see for myself and on the thing, I'm breeding to him. That's gonna be my next breed. We was hoping to breed Amber to him. Red Ace was being a schooled in. Even though she was young, we were definitely looking at her, and she had our dreams high because now we're looking at her. Because she's not like all the other puppies that, ain't nobody else screaming what we screaming. What I'm screaming with her is I'm looking at Ace more than Amber. Because Ace was, a smasher, and she was definitely that. When I ran out of people to chew up at home, I drove all the way down the floor to North Carolina. I sure did. When I needed to find out what I really had, I came to North Carolina. And what I found out in North Carolina was all I needed to know. And to be real about it, because I was taking her somewhere that I knew that it was going to be time to get checked. We're gonna find out what you really about. And my good friend was always there to oblige me, regardless of what I did. And he's, like you said, he was on my show, Tony. Like Dragon Kennels, come on. The dude was the truth. Because everything that I saw after coming off his yard, I knew I could win with. And was not one dog that I didn't come off his yard with that I knew I could win with. I knew I could win. Because he had those kind of high level competitive dogs. He was one of the few that knew how to condition a dog and join an era that, a lot of black guys down there didn't have no type of idea what was going on. And I'm being honest because I was there. I don't want nobody arguing and fussing like I didn't live there. I lived there. Had a kid there. So before I did leave, I met a couple of people. I even met the guy who stole Molly B. I don't even can tell you exactly what she looked like. Exactly what she looked like. I've seen Stevens and Big Ben, I've seen all of them, but I didn't get a chance to see Molly B until after she got stolen. Okay, so I definitely knew the guy who had took her. Really didn't know much about her, but I knew she was a hell of a dog. And it was just kind of messed up that, that somebody that I bumped into in the dog game, going around looking at shit, and everybody was like, this was wrong right here, I remember the sheriff was the one that took me there, and he was out of PA. He was out of PA, Pittsburgh exactly. And, he knew some guys, Lambrier, and, you PA guys, whoever Lambrier was, he was one of his good friends, and a lot of those dogs that we were getting down here from Atlas and James Edward was coming up in y'all area. He was sending a lot of dogs up there. Okay? All right, here's Amber. This is Amber. Look at her breeding and compare that to Apache's. It's basically the same thing, fellas. You see what I'm saying? That consistency. It was basically the same thing that I was seeing in Apache. That's why I wanted to breed to Apache. Wrangler was the dog that went 3 hours and 43 minutes to a draw with Cunningham's Cotton. He was also a sporting dog, cover dog. But as you can see, he's a heavy yellow john. She's heavy yellow john. I really would have loved those puppies off of her and Apache, but it didn't never happen. She went through a false pregnancy. And then right after that, she got that big old, like a tumor. And in that tumor, she got, her body started swelling up. There wasn't much they could do to save her. But that would have been a good breeding, and I wish it would have happened, because the results I think we would have seen a lot more, being that I would have been able to have dogs like that, and then going back and digging into Mayday. Even though he did make a significant change to the yard, because when we bred that Mayday into Amber, when we're talking about Red Ace, there's a top on the Dolly side, as far as an out, and then you have still got Grand Champion Ace. So you got, when you put yellow back down there on top of Amber, because that's all Brat was. That's all Brat was. You take Amber and you put that on top of Grand Champion Ace, which is an outcross. Now add Mayday to that. So that's just basically what you're doing, is you just put yellow right on top of this right here. And with two great dogs, Grand Champions, two great Grand Champions right there in that line right there, and that's what created my yard, as far as the whole new line of dogs. Now prior to that, remember now I told you I had Snooty shit. I came in with Snooty shit. They took my Snooty shit when they stole Judo. No more Snooty stuff. But one thing guys, as y'all looking at these pedigrees, what I'm trying to point out is that they were still match dogs. These ain't just pretty bred dogs. I'm using these things. This is Judo. Do you understand what I'm saying, fellas? If you're looking at the pedigrees, there's no reason why I shouldn't have been doing something in the box. That was my whole point that I was trying to explain to a lot of you guys when I was trying to say, hey, look, man, I can go in and start pulling up a bunch of these. Okay? I go and I just wanted, while I'm in the same concept, I just wanted to pull up Twisted's paper, his pedigree. And I can pull up a couple more of these. Because he's one of the dogs off of Mayday. That when everybody start talking about the Mayday thing, if you go through all of Mayday's champions and grand champions, and I'm going to go through a couple of them. I'm going to pull them up. What y'all going to notice is all these dogs are bred good. You got Mayday right there, Harriet Hollingsworth stuff, but you got the Jeep in the stuff. Do we know that these dogs was going to be good? No. No. Didn't nobody know all this stuff was going to happen. But I can go right back to Judo and get the same concept. What I'm pointing out is, regardless of what the line is, I'm still playing. Understand my point? It's not going to happen for everybody. But you got to, because in my case, I was just doing what I was taught to do with the paper thing, guys. With the paper thing. That's all I'm saying. Same thing. You want to have, what I'm trying to point out is, the conversation was, how do you know in your yard that your shit is guaranteed to go there. Some of you guys just don't want to face the fact that some of you are not going to get there. Really. Some of you guys, y'all going to do is more talking on the sideline. And these are the guys that I wonder, when I go into these chat rooms and I see them, really, I call y'all hoping to be relevant. I hate to say that because I'm not trying to say that to be mean, but I'm saying that because y'all just don't seem like y'all don't belong in the game. They have tournaments where we can pull, but y'all not into the hog thing. Y'all need to leave that alone. You know what I mean? Because it gets to a point where you're not getting enough knowledge, and then when you get it, you don't even know how to change because you've been on this other shit so long. And it takes pride to push to the side to change. You know what I mean? I'm still blaming a lot of you guys on your lack of knowledge, and based on who you're getting it from, I see why. And you still don't know the difference. I mean, what time are you wasting? Not wasting mine, okay? But I'm looking at your yard and I'm wondering, what time are you wasting? You've been bullshitted all the way up to this point that you can't tell the difference between the real shit and the wrong shit. And I'm looking at you as your yard is the same thing. I can walk in your yard and probably see the same thing. Oh, I got it. I did this. I did that. And come on now. Come on. These are the things that I'm talking about when I say when you go and look at your yard and you start looking at these breedings, it's not just Grand Champion Yellow, Grand Champion, but I'm gonna go through them because they was consistent and they worked for me. Remember, I'm going on a trail. I'm telling y'all, I'm going on a trail that is going to put me doing what I wanted to do. I ain't no breeder. I'm a hunter. I don't care how you're bred. And any dog man who wants to play, you might have your preference, but I hope you have a preference because it worked for you. You know what I'm saying? That it worked for you. That's my argument. Did it work for you? That's the question. And how you know? A lot of guys, we be wanting to know that because a lot of guys, they're being misguided. And I don't want them to be wasting your time on the, wasting your time messing around, not getting nowhere. And I sure don't want to see you making excuses why you ain't. At some point you got to come to a conclusion. What are you going to do as far as wanting to play and you can't? How many breedings are you going to keep trying to do that and you're still not getting in there? That's a hard question to swallow, but a lot of you guys don't want to swallow it. Y'all don't want to take that responsibility. A lot of you guys, when we go ask the question, what are you doing right now? How old is your shit? And that old? You ain't doing nothing. What happened? Those are the kind of things that I'm asking, when it comes back at you and you have to ask that, and somebody asks you that question, what do you say? Do you say anything? It's a hard thing, man, when I'm trying to get y'all to see a point. Because I don't know how much longer, a lot of you guys are going to be, the memberships are already starting to be mailed out. Some of you guys, when guys start coming in the chat room saying that they got this, they got that, you know what I'm saying? You talk to them. Because if you didn't get no invite from me, then you need to go find out some people who did get that invite and talk to them. And if I didn't send you an invite and you don't get an invite, because I have my reasons. I'm not saying that you can't. I just don't, I'm only picking particular people, preferably. Not taking nothing against anybody in particular. Some of you guys are just not ready. I've been around the game long enough to understand, what I see in the game and what it needs right now. We need reference again. And we don't need the kind of reference that's going to tear us down. We need the kind of reference that's going to build us up. I don't want to talk about your yard. If you're not getting nowhere with your yard, I don't want to talk about it, because what can I say to you? I don't want to talk to a person that can't do nothing with his yard. I'm trying to talk to somebody who can do something with his yard. Something that I can see. You can't bullshit me. When you're talking to a person who knows just as much as you, imagine y'all two bullshitting each other. See, I don't fall off in that category. You know what I mean? Not at all. Now, we didn't already see Twisted. Remember, I told you guys, I said, well, let's look at some of these breedings off of Mayday. And the reason why I'm saying that, because these are the dogs that was hanging around. Again, look at the pedigree. We're not just looking at Mayday. We're looking at the concept of what was working. Why did Chanel work? Why did Twister work? Why did Brat work? Points that I'm trying to point out to you guys. All right? Y'all taking these, I don't really see much happening over here in the chats, but I know y'all see what I'm saying. I said I'm going to pull a couple of them up. I'm going to show y'all that what not one of them dogs bred bad. We didn't already, like I said, we didn't see him Twisted, now we didn't see Chanel. Right? Not bad bred. And she was a smasher. Yes, she was a smasher. Gino Boys. Smasher. Very good dog. Is that rain? No, oops. Okay, let me go find another one, y'all. When you go looking through Mayday stuff, you be like, oh my God, you got all this other stuff. But hold on, let me see. But I'm trying to get to them, guys. But I'm going to go through a couple more like that, okay? I'm going to go, okay, I got May. Okay, here's another one. Here's May. Another smasher. Again, off of Mayday, right? Remember, all these dogs was out during the same time that I was out with Brat. That was the first one hit the scene, but every one of these, all these dogs was out at the same time, shortly afterwards, right behind Brat. And look how she's bred. Everybody know now that Polly was actually Dolly Little Mate's sister. So, they do got it right. Red Lady, that is her true pedigree. You understand what I'm saying, fella? Again, now look who we done looked at. We done seen Twisted. We done seen Chanel. We ain't seen Brat, but I'll bring her up so you can see her. But Brat, now we on May. That's 4 of them. 4 of them. We haven't started talking. We got twisted, but so far we got 3 bitches. 3 bitches. You see how she's bred? Right? We can get some more. Okay, so we'll just run over here to Lucane then. Let's go peek at Lucane. How about Lucane? Let's go look at Lucane. Okay, there's Lucane. Another one. Look at him, all around. Why is he all around? But look at his pedigree. What do we see, gentlemen? What do we see? These are all match dogs, y'all. These are all winners, y'all. This ain't none of this black shit y'all be whining about on your pedigrees. There's real dogs in there. All right? That's 5 right there, ain't it? Let's see. Twisted, Chanel, May, Brat, and Lucane. And not one of them dogs, guys. Not one of those dogs. Not one of those dogs that was not bred for the box. Every single one of them dogs, look at, they were bred for the box. Proof. Proof. Why they always talking about that, man? They ain't wasn't shit. What you looking at now? You're talking to a real dog man now. Let me see how many of you naives has been hearing the bullshit so long that you ain't getting it. And that's why I'm telling you, y'all need to go home to your yards and just grab a chair and don't come into my room because I can never help you. All right? Because if this ain't enough proof, and I'm only talking about what was here when I was out there. I could do the same thing with Stone City. What you talking about? Same thing. Every one of these dogs is great bred match dogs. Do another one. Talk about, hey, let's do 600. Yeah. Okay, there's 600. There's another one. That's a champion too, ain't it? Yeah. Let's look how he was bred. He a termite. Termite dog. Got some termite in him. Look at that bottom side. Let's go look at the bottom side. We already know Mayday. The dog was bred for matching. That's the mama. Look at it. Shavers. Jocko. Got the assassin all up in there. Come on. Still, guys, what's the point that I'm making? I'm bringing y'all match dogs. We ain't talking about nothing personal about Fletcher Shavers, nothing personal about the owner of these dogs. We talking about dogs who stepped in. What, did we need to count the wins? Do I need to start counting the wins? Really, do we need to even start counting the wins on the 6 dogs? 6 dogs so far. 6 dogs so far, and you ain't found one that was bred raggedy or bred like it wasn't meant to do what it was doing. And you're going to tell us we all had easy matches? Listen to some ignorance. Ignorance. But you're going to learn today. Because you can't understand me and what I'm pointing out to you, you useless. You'll never see the truth. Because if your yard ain't doing what I'm showing you right now, you can keep on believing what you're saying, but you better not never run into somebody like me. Because I'm the kind of person that's going to show you this is what you're going to need a whole lot better than that to come whoop me. You can believe all that you want, but it don't happen until you do it. You can talk all the shit you want. Until you step in there and do it. Stop it. Okay, in this process, I did run across Brat. Hold on. I will throw her up there since she's in here. And there's Brat. Again. She's still part of the 6 so far. I still got to go with the Annabelle and Noriega. I ain't even start touching Hunt and Cock Diesel. Look at, come on now. I'm not done. I'm not done. Look at the breeding. Why wasn't she not meant to do what she did? Look, you see what I'm saying? You can talk all the shit you want about Mayday. Mayday was bred to some good bitches to do what they did. Smart guy. Southern Kennels, whoever, they did it. Me, I did that right there. That's what I did. We did that. Going Hard did that. That didn't come from Stone City. I mean, Southern Kennels. That did not come from Southern Kennels. That was a Going Hard breeding. Why? Because I seen that dog. Didn't know nothing about him. I seen that dog. But when I got that bitch right there, I knew that she was going to make up for what her mama didn't do. What she did is she added that Mayday trait that made Mayday's dog so famous. They knew how to win in the 4 squares. Period.
Hello? Hey, what up, man?
These are all winners, y'all. You know, we're still talking about all winners. Hold on. Every single one of them, all winners. No, we're not done. Like I said, we haven't made it down to Hunch. We ain't seen Hunch. No, I didn't even pull up Sally. But I'll go ahead and pull her up. Sally was one. See, nobody think y'all forgot about little old Sally. What, she became a nobody once she lost? She was an imported dog, you know? So she didn't, you know, she was overseas. But that's why we don't hear much of Sally like we hear about the rest of the famous ones. She was around during that time. All red-nosed dogs. A lot of them were. But look how she was bred. She was double bred Mayday with a dunk bottom. You can't say she wasn't bred good. I mean, she was double Mayday. We don't know who the bitch was that they bred Mayday to, but, you know, maybe that's the reason why she won 3 and lost 1, huh? It could have been just that and that in itself. And then the fact that she was an imported dog, I mean, I'm not going to hide that fact either. That's probably why we don't never hear her name as much as we hear about all the other ones. You know what I'm saying? I'm still pushing. And when I'm pushing for it, I'm trying to explain it to you. Understanding that when you hear what you've been hearing about Mayday wasn't doing this and wasn't doing that. Mayday produced these dogs, but you know, Southern Kennels is not the one who matched these dogs. And I'm still, what we at, 6 now? We ain't even made it to Noriega yet. We ain't made it to Annabelle yet. So we ain't made it to Cock Diesel yet. So we on number 6. No, Sally would have been number 6. So we're going to give Sally that one. We're going to give Hunch number 8. Now let me see where we at. We started off with Twisted, Chanel, May May, Brat, 600, Sally. Now we getting ready to do Hunch. He ain't put him up yet. I ain't letting him or Noriega. All right, here we go. This right here is Grand Champion Hunch. Let's look at his pedigree. Now, it's funny, and I hope you guys didn't pick it up. Did you notice that May May and Hunch were litter mates? I mean, yep, May May and Hunch were litter mates. a 4-time winner who beat a grand champion, and a grand champion. Look at the breeding. Now, that might have been out of a little of 8 puppies. We got 2 great ones out the deal. I ain't mad. You see that? Have we seen one bad bred dog? Not even the one that didn't have nothing at the bottom. How you gonna say that was not a good dog when it's double bred maiden and she won? You know, she had reasons in her pedigree to show why she lost, but we're back to something that's clearly understood. We're still pulling out. We're on 7 dogs. We on 7 dogs off of Mayday already, y'all. 7. So when everybody be sitting back in the room listening to that ignorant stuff, and you know what? I start looking at your yard and say, well, show me what you got on your yard that even show anything resembling something that's already been proven by many of these dogs. What do you got on your yard that can stand it at? And why ain't you out there winning with it then? See, when we start asking all them questions back to you, when dogmen start talking to y'all don't want to hear us talk to y'all because we're going to ask you the same questions you ask us. What are you feeding? What are you feeding? You don't want us to start doing that to you. Don't even know nothing yet. And you know, we got to ask you because you got too many damn questions because we want to want to make sure your questions are relevant for us to even want to give you an answer. Is it even worth answering your question? If I can ask you the question back, can you give me the same truthful answers? No. So you keep your questions to yourself unless you want to learn something. If you ain't trying to find out something, then you know we're going to talk about your yard next. I'm going to give you everything you need to know about mine, but you better be ready when I come back at you and ask you the same question. Because now I'm starting to ask y'all the question because it's time for me to start playing, and I ain't playing on the internet. So all you little internet guys, hang out there. What I'm talking about now ain't got nothing to do with the internet. So when I start asking you what you got on your yard, you ain't playing like this, don't get mad when I overlook you. What's that, 7? Twisted, Chanel, May, Brat, 600. Who else did I get? Hunch and Sally. That's 7 right there, right? Okay, I still ain't got Noriega. I still didn't get Annabelle. And I still ain't got Cock Diesel. So that's 10 dogs. And all these dogs are out there at the same time, y'all. All these dogs out there at the same time. So all you little Mayday haters, here comes a bunch of damn receipts, and I'm telling you how I'm throwing them at you. I'm not throwing them at you like handing them to you. I'm throwing them in your face. Because you had this information that you could see for yourself. And just because you ain't got it on your yard, now I'm showing you receipts. Now I'm going to come after y'all next. I want to see what kind of line you sitting in your yard with. While y'all entertaining all this bullshit. Okay, over here ain't gonna be no bullshit. So if I can pick out one of you guys and ask you got some dog, well, how your line looking? What you got on your yard? What you gonna freeze up? Or you gonna answer me? I know some guys out there that can jump right in there and bam, yeah, twin. And then some of y'all got that flavor of that fake shit. You ain't in this chat room but to sit around and sit around a bunch of real folks and fake as shit. But when I point you out and say, hey, what you got? What you working with? Don't be scary. Cause I see you playing around the fence everywhere you go. So I'm gonna ask you, since you always got questions to ask everybody else, what do you got? You know, this ain't in the back door, like y'all call it, or the back room, or whatever they call it. Back street, yeah. No, now I'm asking you, so I'm relevant. When I ask a question, I'm definitely the relevant guy to be able to ask you now. Now, I took you being irrelevant and answered your question. Now I'm going to give you my relevant question back to you. and mine gonna carry a little bit more weight than yours, because I had to prove my point. I spoke mine. Let's see what yours do and how it can stand up to what I just said and what I'm doing.
Address the fact that there's these kind of dogs is out there now.
Yeah, they out there. These dogs are out there right now. And then the whole time, I know somebody saying he ain't even said Barracuda either. Okay, I hear you. I ain't had to see it, but I hear you.
Do you think some kind of dogs is out there now? I mean, not just them, but
Yeah, I want to know, are these kind of dogs out there playing around in the game now? And if they are, where they at? Where they at? One of the questions, twin. You know, okay, then twin, here comes something for Maddie, so y'all can never say nothing to me about, I don't never hear nobody ever say anything about Maddie because twin bred twin. Never want to hear that shit ever again from any of y'all. Because unless y'all can get on here and deal with what I'm doing to y'all. Disrespecting the dog is gone and dead, but guess what? Because they was my dogs and I used that stuff, and that wasn't the only line I used, I ain't sitting back letting y'all talk nothing about nothing if y'all ain't got nothing. I'm telling y'all to shut up. Y'all don't like my attitude, so what? No more putting down dog man and we talking about wins here, y'all. Let's keep that thought in mind. We standing in the square. We ain't standing on the outside. I'm standing in the square pointing these accolades out. Here goes some more stuff to eat on. Number 8. Cock Diesel. Care what you say about him as a champion. Period. Better known as Champion CD. Look at his breeding. We don't care about the brothers and the sisters or the rest of them. What does it matter? To me on the table, one. Look at the breeding. I just showed y'all now 8 dogs. 8 dogs right off in Mayday who was all out there at the same time period. And y'all got the nerve to try to downgrade a great dog? Just because twin had it? You clowns? That's 8. Who I still got to deal with? I ain't got the Noriega yet. I ain't got the Barracuda yet. And I ain't got the Annabelle yet. And we talking about 8 dogs, and every single one of them was bred to do it. And every single one of them did it. We had 8 now. 8 nice bred dogs.
Get back to Yellow and Buck.
I'm going to get to that when I get there. I'm talking about Mayday right now. My point is he's still yellow. This is relevant as Yellow and Yellow John. How can you not see that? Let's go back up to let's look at him. I started off with the whole Yellow John thing. I ain't got to go far to pull that fact right out. Yellow John, 4-time winner, champion, all win. Grand champion Yellow, 6-time winner, all win. Grand champion Mayday, all win. What more do I need to say? I'm dealing with Yellow. I ain't never got off of Yellow. I'm still on Yellow. Speaking about Yellow, what he did, all the way down to where I'm using a prime example. A prime example of what a stud dog look like. You can bring him to 1,000 dogs, so what? The point is, do you got one of these on your yard that's doing this? Do you got one of these on your yard that you feel confident that you could be one of these 8 or 9 in a whole different line? Don't go knocking the line because I won with it. A couple of us won with it. These are still winners. Trying to put Mayday down, and you look, Mayday wasn't even the one doing all this. For real. He wasn't even the one. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to pull up who I got. Forgot about the combat boys, combat elites. Remember they had Amos Moses. He was off of Mayday. Forgot about him, Amos. Where we at now? That was 9, right? Okay, so now we going number 10 right here. Combat elites, Amos Moses. Look how he's bred. That dog is bred just like some of my stuff. Clearly. You go back to look at Bebe's breeding. You want me to pull her up? Look at the breeding. Good dog. Keep an eye on that breeding, right? Which one? What's that? That 10? Okay, this is number 10. Still a champion. Add up the wins. We ain't even started adding up the wins. We couldn't add up the wins. The reason why I'm taking you back over here, I'm going to go back over here and grab one right quick. Let me go over here and grab. Not Bebe. I'm going to go over here and grab this bitch. Bebe Mama. Look how Bebe Mama is bred. Okay? Let's keep in mind now, this is Bebe's mama. And she's off of who? Brat's littermate brother. Why does she produce so many good dogs for us? She was bred to do so. Not just by me. Look at it. We just got done looking at Amos' pedigree. Down to look just like this. Except yeah, they ain't got the grand champion ace in there. And I'm sitting here double bruiser. Remember, this dog produced a lot of match dogs from us. This dog produced a lot of dogs that did producing. Okay? Point I'm trying to make. And none of this stuff that I'm pointing out, not in the box. And nothing that I'm trying to point out to y'all, and none of this I'm trying to point out to y'all outside the box. Everything I'm showing y'all is all related to the box. If she's going to be a producer, how is she being on my screen right now? Because she had dogs that was in the box. That's the part that made me the breeder. You see what I'm saying? Yes, she was what made me the breeder. And by me breeding her, I was able to get back in the box. But those breedings. Breedings that I proved right here, all my receipts, that it was working because I was playing. You got to be able to play, guys. And if you can't do that and you can't pull that rabbit out of the hat, I mean, I'm feeling sorry for you. But I'm being real with you too now. Okay, that was 10. And we still ain't got Annabelle or Barracuda or Noriega. And we at 10. And this time, look what we're going to be 13 before it's done with. Keep in mind, guys, these is all out here at the same time. Mostly every one of these dogs was here before Victor ever left and went to Ecuador. Ain't none of that shit the one coming back over here. No, all these dogs was right here when Mayday was here. Out there on the circuit. All right? I'm only pointing it out. So I don't want to hear nobody get mad. None of that. You know, because I'm not putting nobody down. I'm pointing out a fact. And guess what? I'm pointing out a fact that it's clear to see. I'm putting out one thing and one thing only. Then it costs, it mean more than all this shit that everybody's doing outside the box. It don't mean nothing unless you're in the box. These dogs don't mean nothing if they didn't do nothing but stood outside the box. I didn't already gave y'all 10 that was in the box. We're not talking about none of Mayday's wins. We ain't talking about none of his little mate sister Chanel or Dragon Lady. We're still talking about Mayday's pups. You know the one, everybody keeps trying to pull them down. They wasn't, you know, I'm just trying to point out, you know, this is the difference between listening to a real dog man and you can call the other one whatever you want to call them. Because they're not real dog man. And for you guys to even question the thought of it, you rather listen to that and go that direction, I feel sorry for you. Okay? I'm going to tell you about the one that I don't hear nobody talk much about. But I thought he was just as good as Barracuda. This dog here. This dog here. Twisted little mate brother. Bam Bam. That's Twisted little mate brother. A 5-time winner. You gotta remember, I got hell just trying to get Twisted and Barracuda and all them matched up. But he's definitely legit. Barracuda was the same way. That's why Barracuda became a 9-time winner. He won 4 and then went out there and got 5 more recorded. So we would have to give him one there. We had to give Bam Bam. We're going to make Bam Bam number 11. And we still got to go get Barracuda, Noriega, and Annabelle. So what number was he, Mike? I think that was 12. No. That's 11. That would be 11. Forgot about him. Yeah, we throwing him in there too, fellas. We're going to go ahead and throw him on in there. We got to throw him in there. And I still ain't made it, you know, we don't even, if we was to take it any further, guys, we would start talking about, these are all champions and big winners off of it. We haven't even talked about the dogs that won and didn't become champions. You know, he had a rack of those, you know, and a lot of that stuff I said, hey, you can't tell who's who when we don't know where they come from. If they was coming out of, when they went to Ecuador, I can only speak about the dogs that I saw when they was right here in town. Okay? But I'm going to keep on going.
Pull up Buck Rogers.
I ain't on Buck yet.
Okay.
He's not. Oh,
Somebody put up
I will.
AQ Henry to show one of your pedigrees.
Which one?
AQ Henry.
Okay, well, which one you want to go back to? You want me to pull up Bratz or you want to see one of them other ones? I'm going to show you. Yeah, I'm going to do that next year. Okay. But I'm still running off all these champions. Y'all just tell me when y'all can tell me when to quit now. I'm still throwing them up. You know, I'm just still throwing them up. There's champion Noriega. He lost to Ajax. Both dogs didn't make it, but just imagine he was in terrible condition and still pulled it off. He lost, but he didn't quit. And still knocked him off. Again, another a good bred dog. Look at the bottom. Still Yellow John. I can still pull up Yellow John all over this dog's pedigree. Get you my point, fellas? We go from Yellow John to Yellow, then to Mayday. Yellow John, Yellow, then Mayday. And we are 12 already. That's Noriega. I'm trying to put up Annie. I'm trying to put up ones that we know was in the country. You had a lot of them. I mean, there was a lot more champions, y'all. I mean, I'm not doing deny that. You had the Killer Clown. I'll pull him up. That's another son of Mayday. off of 600. And the rat lift dog. See that? Termite bred to a buck dog, bred to a Mayday dog. Bred to Mayday. Same shit that basically we did. By then, this might have came out of this one here. I don't know if it came out of the United States or not, but I remember Miss 300. And she was here in the States. Okay, that's another one. Look at the breedings. If you notice, guys, I have not got away from the one point that I've been making here. These are all still champions. These ain't one-time winners or two-time winners and all that other mess. You know what I mean? Another one. Graveyard. Okay, game dog. Good dog, but he was more game. Again, you go breeding. Now, y'all see this breeding here? That's a Stone City breeding, Romeo and Sarkel, right? I want y'all to take a real good look at that breeding right there. Because I'm going to show you a going hard breeding. This breeding here, he was born in 2003. That's a Stone City cross. Sarah Carroll right there at the bottom with Ramel. Remember that line. Look at this line, this dog right here. You see him? And this dog right here. You see them? All right. I'm going to click on her. And I'm going to take you right to one of my breedings. Actually, I used to have her. I kept her next to Bratton, and she never did have any puppies. I was making some hell of breedings with her, and she still wasn't getting pregnant. There you go. See, going hard's little buck. Offspring. Y'all want me to pull it out? There's Baby. We didn't already saw Baby. There's a going hard breeding. Look. Okay. That's Baby's breeding right there. See that? Then it looks like the breeding we just saw with Sarah Kelly, don't it? We got Yellow Butt Miss Nico. That was Sarah Kelly's little mate brother right there. And then you got the Mayday. That's the Red A stuff. Bred back into the bruiser stuff. Don't forget my girl Apache. Yeah, that's going hard as Apache. Don't forget, double bred, bruiser. Still good bred dogs. Remember, every one of these dogs were champions, am I right? We're dealing with an all-ones pedigree right now. That's an RM pedigree right there. Clear as day. That's going hard breeding. Ask him, is that good?
AQ Henry.
Henry, that good? That's one. I'm gonna show you the litter mates. Oh, these are one of the first ones right here. We was the first ones when we bred this guy right here to that right there. That was the first Stone City breeding right there, bred into a Mayday dog. These were those little crazy puppies that we were talking about. Baby was one of those crazy puppies. And this, her brother was, this is my boy. That's Buck Rogers. People that seen him go would tell you he wasn't nothing to be playing with. Very good dog. That's the one we was going to put on Kunta. We wasn't flying in the wind. We knew what the hell we had. They did too. We're already proving. I'm proving that point by showing you. I done showed y'all enough of these dogs to show you. I can jump right off of Mayday and just continue on down with the Stone City stuff. You see it sitting on my yard. Twin, how did you get into that? Well, guess what? You see me come back with one, don't you? Got one right there. Twin, Going hard little buck. Look at the pedigree. Think I'm dumb? This is why I had an all win. This is why I had match dog. The whole time, y'all, look what the twin doing. Twin in the box. He ain't standing on the outside the box flinging papers. Talking about how I bred and all that F and stuff. Come on now. Don't make me start cussing at y'all. Look at that. Supposed to work. That's the point that I'm trying to make with y'all. It can be any bloodline. But I'm telling y'all what I did. What I did. And as you can tell...
Big Daddy said Kunta would have killed Lil Buck. Let him know. I mean,
Who said that?
Kunta.
Hey, you better, look, you better ask Jesse. Anybody seen Buck Rogers go, ask them. Now, you talking.
Big Daddy. Direct that to Big Daddy.
Big Daddy, I'm going to tell you like this. It's easy to sit there and say it now because it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to tell you one thing for damn sure. When both of those dogs was out there, you better go ask somebody what they think. Because anybody that's seen what they saw Buck Rogers, no, I ain't wacko. You better ask Jesse about his own shit. Yeah, Buck Rogers had beat one of Jesse's champion old dogs, running up in there against his own line and got ate the fuck up. So I was pretty confident that I would have ate Kunta's ass right up. I ain't wacko. And the dogs that I beat with Buck Rogers, hey, it didn't never happen, but guess what? What you trying to tell me? I got more proof in the box than out the box running my mouth. Okay? And he wouldn't have did shit. Not to me. You might say that about yourself. But you talking to going hard Kennels here, bro. You talking to going hard Kennels here. You best believe there was a reason why he didn't jump on our ass either. Because we did knock. Don't fool yourself. You better act like you know who you talking to when you say that shit to me. Believe that. Oh, yes, the door was being knocked on. Shit, I ran all the way over there with a first-time out dog went into a 4-time winner. What the hell I give a damn about a Kunta for? And I'm sitting up there smashing shit with him. His little mate's sister all him. What the world I got to worry about? I got a better chance of whooping him than you talking. Stop it. You sound like a rookie. Talking to a real dog, man. Don't mess with my intelligence. Kunta was out there just like I was out there. They didn't knock on my door. I knocked on theirs. You don't understand? When I'm out there, I'm out there. If you got some bulldogs, you better hope like hell you don't run into my 10, because I'm going to ask you, what you got? You want to test me and see how good I really am? Down, Kunta. Let's talk about you. Let's see what you grading your analyzing on. Because everybody else talk about Kunta? No. I'm analyzing my situation because I know what kind of dog I had and who I was whooping with him. And everybody knew I was going to whoop whoever I put on him. Because you messing with going hard Kennels. Believe that. It ain't no walk in the park. It's a death wish. I ain't scared to put my dogs on nothing. Now let's see what kind of heart a lot of you guys got when it come down to y'all being able to do that. You better look at that dog's body, get close to your screen, and look at that conditioning under that dog. And tell me what that I got to worry about. And he was bigger than Kunta. This ain't wacko. That ain't wacko right there. Anybody seen them dogs, that dog win his 2 matches will tell you, no, we didn't have nothing to worry about. I wasn't worried about it. That's for DS. And you see a whole lot more of those Stone City dogs out there winning. The pedigrees is what make it. The dogs is what make it count. And you know woulda, shoulda been nothing. One thing for damn sure, he wasn't scared to get in that box. And I didn't say nothing about not getting in there with Kunta. I said I wanted to go in the Kunta. That would have been the match of the year to me.
It was out there.
It was out there. Believe that. Yes, we was. We was trying to get Kunta. Kunta wouldn't have did shit with me. If he thought he would have jumped on it before he died. He died mysteriously, but the whole time we were saving him for Kunta.
Going for the championship.
Going for his championship. That's who we wanted to get. Kunta. I would think I'm not afraid of nobody. If anything, I knock on doors. Kunta wouldn't have done nothing with me. And I done enough of these dogs to know better. I ain't no rookie. Little mate's sister. ROM. Brother. 2-time winner. What I got to be worried about? We ain't talking about nothing but Newman's Buck shit over there. That's a good stuff. But he ain't have no idea what he was running to winning over here. I done already showed you 12. I even started going into Stone City's world. I just went into Mayday's world. Now, when you start adding up the Stone City world on top of that, what the hell I got to worry about a damn Kunta for? Kunta better be worried about me. Count on that, bruh. Y'all ain't sitting in this room listening to no clown. Everything I'm showing y'all right now comes inside them walls. Them just facts, things that already done happened. No coulda nothing. I wanted Kunta. I love to get Kunta. They said the same thing about Psycho in his match. 3 hours, 17 minutes later. You don't want to run into me. You didn't want to run into me. I ain't wacko. I'm a whole different line of a dog, man. You start talking about going into me. And they knew that. Jesse found it. He better ask him. Better ask Stone City. You think he gonna put his own dog down, knowing that he's the first one laid eyes on a Mayday Stone City cross? And he watched what those dogs grew up doing? Bro, you think I'm worried about a Kunta? For real? Kunta wasn't ready for me. Not taking nothing away from the dog. He was a good dog, but I don't care. I'm a dog man. If it's out there, I'm there to get there. Everybody ain't quick to jump on a bad man, man. Everybody ain't quick. They know how to slide down the down rain. We were all right here. All of us was right here. It's not like they didn't know who the hell Going Hard Kennels was.
They said, what did Stone City have to do with it? Let them know who Stone City was.
During the time, see, the Stone City issue was, Jesse didn't like his dogs going into each other. Okay, that was the point. Because Jesse has some great dogs. Well, if somebody thought that they was going to come and whoop Stone City, you know, my Stone City, because it had Mayday in it, with a Stone City dog off of one of Jesse's champions. That's why I said you need to go ask Jesse, because Jesse could tell you the story better than I can. He was not happy with the fact that we was going into one of his own breedings. Okay? We went into one of his own breedings. We didn't know. We objected. We made our objection because we were literally going into Jesse and them, it was two of Jesse's dogs going into each other. And they was a real good dog. He represented Stone City, but one damn thing for damn sure, you went and got damn Going Hard Kennels that night. And when I come in there, it was a totally different situation. You ain't just dealing with no Stone City dog. First of all, you dealing with a Going Hard dog bred by Going Hard that had Stone City in it. You had a guy coming in with a dog that was conditioned by Stone City. I mean, by Going Hard Kennels, me. I conditioned him. I bred him. I bought him in there. And anybody who saw it will tell you, like I said, ask Jesse, because I'm pretty sure he heard about it. It was not even a contest. It wasn't even a contest. And he was supposed to have been all that. And he probably was. He probably was. But who the hell you think I am? Who you think I am? Yeah, he lost. He got smashed. That's what Jesse had to do with the Stone City. Do I need to build his pedigree back up? I'll pull it back up so you don't forget what it looked like. He looked just like them big head Stone City dogs with the color. So did Baby. But that's a going hard breeding right there, bro. Yes, I bought that dog back from Jesse, from Stone City, Serkel's brother. Bred to my shit on the bottom. Smashing shit. Yeah, he did smash.
He said, why didn't we get Kunta? Because
They didn't want to do it.
That's Big Daddy.
Big Daddy. The reason why we didn't get Kunta, you gotta have a lockup, don't you? I can't twist nobody's arm to do something when you know I'm knocking on the door. I can't make nobody do anything.
It wasn't no secret.
It wasn't no secret that we wasn't knocking on that door. That's for damn sure. It wasn't a damn secret about it. First of all, you gotta remember who you're talking to. Ask them why. Don't ask me. The hell, I'm telling you, I went after him now. Ask them why they didn't do it. This boy right here was waiting. Like I said, Little May's sister. Little May's sister now. Don't take them dogs right there for granted. Can't take any one of them dogs for granted. They do what they do. That's what I do. Don't ask me. I play in the box. I don't talk shit outside the box, Mr. What's his name?
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy. One thing I don't do, I don't talk outside the box, bro. If you ain't got a dog, and you can't come in there and talk to me like me and you right now, if I was in the dogs, I'll be asking you, do you got anything off of Kunta? Do you got something like Kunta? Do you got any dogs? Because we can really switch this whole conversation up and let me put you under a little pressure. I know if you had anything, I would have smashed it because you don't sound like you still riding Kunta. You got some off of Kunta? Is it working for you? You know, when I start asking you questions, you know, do you got some on your yard you feel like you could have beat me with? And if so, why aren't you winning? Okay? Everybody in the chat, since he wants to ask questions, let's talk about his dogs now. Because why are you here, Big Daddy? I ain't trying to get on you, but I'm going to ask you some questions now. What do you know about dogs enough that you think Kunta would have whooped me? Really? I don't run from nobody. I knock on doors. I don't have no problem. You better look at all them Mayday dogs I just ran off to you. A whole lot of dogs out there winning. If you notice, I'm in that pattern, in that program. What the hell I got to be ever worried about?
I thought they would have set for a great fight.
I thought it was going to be the fight of the year, personally. Why you think I won it? Why you think I went to Puerto Rico after a grand champion with a no timeout dog? You think I'm scared of a Kunta, fool? You paying attention, boy? Are you listening, son? Better look at my mentality. My mentality says I go in anybody. What is you missing? You ain't listening? I don't duck. I knock on doors. They duck. I know what I'm coming with. I don't give a damn what you got. You think I'm worried about somebody out there with a... Come on, man. My dog got to do the work, not me. The hell I got to be worried about? One thing for damn sure, you don't know me well enough to even say that. And that's why I question you and who you are. The hell you talking about? You just heard Kunta's name a lot. Kunta beat Wacko. Wacko, I mean, that was a bullshit. No, that was some bullshit. One thing for damn sure, my dog would have been the perfect weight, perfect size, and one thing for damn sure, Buck Rogers was definitely the bigger dog. Because at 40 pounds, he looked like a 50-pound dog. He had a light frame. And he was muscled up, and I had him in my control. And no, I am not an easy person to whoop. I wouldn't be sitting here with this podcast talking to any of y'all listening to me if I was anything less than who the hell I am. Now, you say that conversations and take them over to the other room where they don't have those kind of answers. And so they don't pay you no attention. So when you say it over here in my room, I got answers. Okay? Because there's nothing I don't have to hide. One thing for damn sure, Big Daddy, I was matching dogs That's for damn sure. And wasn't scared of nobody and didn't care who I went into. Why you think I'm sitting here? You know? My question's still out there. I'm still waiting on your answer. What do you got? Let's discuss some of you since you got my attention. I want to talk about what you got. What you breeding? What can we beat up on? You know? Do you got anything? Chat room, start throwing up the question mark. Twin, ask the question. Now you didn't hear me duck one answer. I gave him his answer. Now I'm asking questions. I told you I'm coming after you guys. You don't belong in here, you need to get out. Because I'm going to turn around and ask you the very same question. You need to show everybody in the room why your question was such a relevant question about me beating Kunta. Kunta didn't want to go into me. I don't care. I don't mind going into anybody. It's not me doing the work. One thing for damn sure, I'm going to come with the best dog I can come with, and whatever happened, let it happen. And I am definitely not one of them ones you want to be standing there when you step over that wall and see me sitting there with one that you want to deal with. Now, I'm going to ask you again. What do you have? So we can beat up on you now. Because I believe there's a whole lot of guys that beat everything on your yard. You know why? Because I just seen more of their dogs than yours. You ain't telling me nothing, so I'm going to assume you don't want us to know. Because then we can say, man, you got that trash, that shit over there, and you got another talk something to the twin about somebody else's shit. Let's talk about your shit. Big Daddy, I'm waiting. Everybody needs to put up a question mark. Help him out. Just put up a question mark. I just want to know. People's going to start answering my questions now. I'm not.
He must have made you mad.
No, he didn't make me mad. I just returned the question back. No, I'm not mad. I'm just returning back the question. You said that you felt like it, so now I'm going to talk about your yard. That don't sound like I'm mad. I'm asking you the question. Now, if your question was not relevant to the point that you can't tell me and answer my question, then you shouldn't say nothing else, bro, because now it's on you now. Now, you're going to get mad because I'm asking you? I want to know where your frame of mind is. Where was you thinking that you think Kunta could whip twin? Okay, so I'm looking in deeper into what your thoughts are. Why would you think that? What do you got? Give me some kind of anchor to why your opinion about what you think matter. Give me something. It's not being mad. That's called being real. You ain't in pro room. You in my room. Yeah, I did ask you some questions. Yeah, you said, yeah, ask some questions. Well, I'm asking you. I'm just waiting on you to get some answers. No, I didn't answer your question, but I told you I beat the shit out of goddamn Kunta. We was knocking on Tunka's door. We was wanting to go into Kunta. We thought it was going to be a good short of year. Now, I answered that question. Now I'm back on you again. I did answer your question. I didn't know answering question. I answered your question. Now I'm asking you a question. Everybody in the room, if I'm on the right track, throw your thumbs up and put the question back to this guy. Because he's trying to duck out. He's doing a pro move. You know, we can't have no fake guys in the room. You sound like a fake, bro. I did answer your question. You sound like a fake. Answer my question now. Everybody else seen I answered the question. Now we still asking you a question. What's your frame of mind for you to believe that? Is it this big? Are you a nothing? And you just saying it to say it? Because you don't got shit anyway? We can't say to well, I know one thing. He probably would have ran through every dog on your yard. I can say that about you? Or can I say nothing about you because you ain't got nothing? Which one is it? I'm asking the questions now. Everybody, all eyes on, where's he at, Big Daddy? I just asked you all the questions, bro. And you can't ask me anything until you answer my question. You can't ask me nothing else. You asked me 2 questions, and I answered them. And now I asked you 1 question, I can't get an answer. I want to know where your head is. Are you fake? Because you're acting like one now. I mean, I prefer you to be quiet, bro, and let us go ahead and move on. Because I told you, I'm attacking anybody that don't belong in this room.
This is for real dog man. You want to play those silly games, you go over there to Pro and Game magazine and you go and sit with them. Because over there's a lot of y'all that don't do shit but talk. Over here, there's real shit happening. So I ain't got no room for it unless you ready to get called on. And it seems like every time I call on one of you, you don't want to say nothing. Then you be the one of the guys that be quiet, enjoy the room, and shut up. Now, I hate to be Big Daddy right now because Big Daddy, you had your chance. I'm not mad. This is how a dog man act. You ain't been around enough dog man to know what a real dog man look like. That's your fault. Every day. Yeah, I know you're not worthy. But I knew you weren't worthy. I knew you wasn't worthy because you opened your mouth with a dumb question. I mean, it was no doubt that everybody that was around during that time that knew we were trying to get in with Kunta. Just like everybody knew when Pandy was trying to get 9 milli. And I lost a friendship behind the same old shit. Guy was trying to tell me that they wanted to go into 9 milli. I'm believing Mike because he wants to tell me, they don't want to do nothing. Turns around, I get them both on the phone, shit blow up in my face. A friend that I looked out for because he was a good friend. I lost a friendship behind that. From somebody saying, well, we wanted to go into 9 milli. Well, they sure the hell did. You know how I know? Because they was telling me and calling me. I'm asking my boy, man, they trying to get with you, man. No, they ain't trying to do nothing. They ain't trying to do nothing. Okay, I'm believing it. Now they calling me. So, man, look, I got him on the phone. Look, man, these dudes calling me again. Now, they're on the three-way now, and they hear this man come out of his mouth and say, man, them boys, they bullshitting. They ain't trying to do nothing with me. And that boy opened his mouth and said, well, since Twin got us both on the phone, let's lock it up right now. Okay? And if I could have got that close to Kunta, I'd have been happy. To even get the phone call to have us both on the phone. That's how bad I wanted it. Because he wasn't whooping nobody like I had. Man, I ain't no chump. Believe that. I ain't nothing to be playing with. I ain't. When I do come with one, you will see that I ain't playing. I done my job. I know about the breedings. I know about the conditioning. I know about the taking care of. That's what I'm giving y'all back. That's why I'm sitting up in this room now. Telling y'all what I did. Telling y'all what I used. All day. Yes, right. He was bumping his gums yesterday. I told him he was in the wrong room. You need to go back over there in them other rooms where that shit is acceptable. Over here, we got real dog, man. We will pull your cur card over here, bro. You got a cur in you, boy. We're going to pull it. Be careful. This is not the room. You better be relevant when you ask questions around here. You got to be relevant, man. It's like you putting down people and you ain't in no position to put down nobody. You ain't even in the position to even open your mouth. If you come in here, you should be coming here to learn. Y'all gonna make me go back there and finish my Mayday stuff up on y'all. Remember, I got to 12 and still didn't pull up Annabelle. I still didn't pull up, who else did I miss? Barracuda. I still didn't even get to them, did I? You got to everybody but Annabelle and Barracuda. Everybody but Annabelle and Barracuda. I'm going to go back and get them. That would have been 13, I think 13, 14, y'all. Okay, Mr. Brock, most folks with title dogs don't want to punch down. Waka was a title and Kunta was a title. Both champs were known to duck. It's easy to understand why they met. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Check this out. Yeah, thank you, Ben. Point made. They was ducking people. Yes, they was, bro. Shit, I would have never came back with Little Bucks, but don't be for me chasing a full-time winner with a dog that ain't never been out.
That's on some real stuff, y'all. You know what I'm saying, fellas? The Kirk Common blew the mic. He said the Kirk Common blew the mic. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. What's up, Prawn Gang? I'm still back on my Mayday stuff again here, y'all. We was on Killer Clown. I think we at 12 already. We at 12, and we still ain't found Annabelle and Barracuda yet. I'm still looking, though. While I'm out here still looking, I guess this is going to be 13. Another champion off of Mayday. You know, this good bread. You know what I mean? Remember guys, all these is box dogs. I'm only showing you box dogs. We haven't even began to count of what the numbers look like. What the numbers look like. Another double bred Mayday dog, right? And we at 13. I'm still trying to get the Barracuda, y'all, and Annabelle, all right? I'm working on it. I'm working on it, fellas. We at 13, and that one of them so far, have we seen a bad breeding? It really kind of explains why these dogs were winners. Remember, we can't get this out of we can't get it out of a whole litter. I mean, it would be nice if we all could do that, you know, but sometimes we might not get but one. You know, I was lucky to have an all-wham and a two-time winner, but shit, that two-time winner, that Buck Rogers dog, he only had one litter. He only had one litter. He had 4 puppies. 3 of them were match dogs. 3 of them were match dogs. All 3 of the males. Okay. We already know this one. There you go. There you go, number 14. Look at the breeding. That's Grand Champion Barracuda. I had the privilege of seeing him my damn self. He was a good one. He beat a good one. I'll take nothing away from the dog he beat. He was just as good. I said I wouldn't turn around and bread to some shit. Just to beat a dog off of Beetlejuice, and I went and bred the Beetlejuice. Shit. There's a pedigree right there for you guys. Right there. And guys, remember what my point is in all this. What point am I trying to make? Did anybody get off of that? You know, it seems like we're getting away from the point that I'm trying to make. I'm not even trying to talk about Mayday. I'm sitting there talking about the fact that when people say Mayday, they make Mayday sound like that, oh, he wasn't doing all that? Okay, then I'm going to go and dig in some of y'all yards and see, well, what else out there was doing this shit? It just so happened that Twin had it. Just because Twin had it, but you still Twin wasn't the only one that had it. Twin wasn't the only one working with it. Twin wasn't the only one winning with it. And Twin ain't gonna be sitting back letting y'all talk shit when y'all ain't got shit either. Okay? That's the difference between me and everybody else. Because you ain't gonna prove nothing running your mouth if you can't sit there and tell me, show me a line like that in your yard. Matter of fact, it ain't got to be in your yard because you sound like a rookie and you wouldn't have the sense enough to put nothing together like this. So you just find somebody else that you can have confidence in and bring it to the room and let us, and we'll let you be heard. We give you a chance to be heard. Because that's the point I'm making. I'm not outside the box talking about nobody. Everything I'm pointing out happened inside the box, fellas. Now, that's what we on 13 dogs, and we still ain't got the Annabelle. She would be number 14. All these dogs are doing this all at the same time period. The same time period. And that was the point I was trying to make. A line of dogs can come in there and they can change the whole game. It went from yellow to Mayday. When it used to just be yellow. They went from yellow to Mayday. I mean, I'm going to get on Stone City next. Stone City next. I'm going to ride with them too. I go right in there and show you. Want to see some more of my breedings? I can show you some more of my breedings. I met a couple breedings. Stone City and my stuff all day. Hold on. I still didn't get Annabelle, y'all. All right? I didn't get Annabelle. I'm going to go get Annabelle before I do anything else. I know where to find her at. Annabelle and Belle could have, should have been litter mates, if I'm correct. Okay, man, Annabelle on that one. Let me go back and see. I know Cupid Missile Link. Hold on, fellas. I'm going to have to go do me another search here. I just got to make it quick and just do my search. You know what I mean? When I go to have to searching for stuff. Because I don't want to go through. Maybe they got this whole line. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay. I don't know about that whole line thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, thousands of dogs. I can just tell you about the dogs that I know I had the privilege of seeing during the time the all this was going on. I seen damn near every damn one of them. I seen down there every one of them. I seen when Annabelle won. I seen a lot of them win. And it was definitely a privilege because you got to remember, guys, before these dogs became all that, we didn't know nothing about Mayday and all that stuff, bro. I told you why I bred to Mayday. I told y'all why I bred to Mayday. Because I seen what I seen when I was up there on the yard with Angel. I told you why I bred to Mayday. Other than that, I didn't know who Mayday was until I saw him for myself. Didn't nobody come and tell me shit. I saw it with my own eyes. And I saw enough with my own eyes. And I ain't no rookie by now. I was not a rookie. But I wasn't no full-fledged dog man either. I was still learning. It's just what happened was when I bred into him, when I ran into him, hey, I'm breeding to him. And that's what happened. If Apache had to have puppies with Amber, oh, I probably would have been even more dangerous. Because then I would have been taking them dogs right there, breeding the Mayday too. With the quickness. All right, I found Annabelle, y'all, number 14. 14, all champions and grand champions, y'all, right? You know where we've been on this. So we're going to put all the doubts about this Mayday shit to rest. Because there ain't going to be too many other pedigrees that I just popped y'all in the head with today. To sit up there and compare, because if you think you can, we're sitting here in this room waiting. And if you cannot succeed, you will become our lunch, because we're going to eat you alive. Annabelle, number 14. Look at her breeding. Heavy yellow. Heavy yellow. There's 14 of them, guys. 14 box dogs. 14 box dogs going out around the exact same time is what made Mayday the great Mayday. Not only did he have a career in the box with three winners, a grand champion, champion choice, and champion dragon lady, a ROM litter, litter, and I just showed you 14 offspring that was out there taking over the goddamn country, which they were, and I'm a part of that. I actually started cranking up the goddamn shit, to be real. And then everything else fell behind me. I had no idea all them was out there until I got out there. Got to running around and started seeing a whole bunch of them. And the only reason we knew they were out there because of the journal. And these guys weren't reporting. If it don't be for me knowing Victor, and Victor's telling me, hey, the guys is doing this and the guys is doing that. Can you help me? Yeah, I'll help you. No problem. Tell me where they at. I jump right in there. That's how I got it with D South. That's how I got to meet Mr. Lincoln, all Ulysses and all them crews there, man. Them guys were dog men. They wasn't caring about no damn journal. They wasn't caring about no report. They didn't understand none of that. But guess what? Guess what? I'm glad I was able to put everybody on the right track so history do not be destroyed. Because if it wasn't for history, these dogs wouldn't be part of the history. I showed you 14 dogs off of Mayday. Right here in this country that was all out there doing this at one time. Those who got the old books, you know they in there. 14 champions and grand champions. And how many of them dogs became registered merits? How many of them dogs produced dogs that became registered merits? So my question to you, you would have to be literally a dumb, ignorant rookie that have no sense of understanding. If you can listen and to somebody sit there and talk about a dog like that, with that much going on, and agree, you ain't a real dog, man. You can't be. You can't be. You think I'm going to be sitting back letting all those 14 dogs, all them 14 dogs, you think I'm going to sit back and let nobody say something about it when it's coming across my desk? I will eat your head off because I'm still waiting on somebody who wants to disagree with me, show me something better. Because you already know I'm pulling cards. I said, I'm pulling y'all card now. It ain't about asking me nothing else. Because now the questions ain't on you to ask me. It's questions on me to ask you. Don't get quiet now. Nope, gonna get quiet. And Big Daddy, you over there talking to my man. He told my boy Pit Dog to go read some more stories. Yeah, he definitely a damn rookie. Because he don't even know who Pit Dog is. He don't have to read stories. He got his own stories, bro. That man, you picking on somebody else is going to call your card again. You're going to get called out twice in one night. I'm going to help you. I'm going to help him call you out. You don't even know who Pit Dog is, bro. You don't even know who Pit Dog is. You need to drop off this channel and go watch some other shows and maybe you might pick up who he is. I know for one thing for damn sure I can pull up 2 champions right off the top of my head. Wally and Jigga. Now, Big Daddy, this is really coming right after you in the stories. He do have stories to tell, but them is his stories. It ain't nobody else's stories. Okay? So here we go again. Now I'm going to ask you. Again, because you're still talking. Give the room a story. We want to know about you. You didn't ask all the questions. You didn't made all these comments, and you still talking. So I'm going to still keep coming at you, bro. And I'm going to still keep asking you questions. What story can you tell us? Everybody, we're going to throw some thumbs up for Big Daddy. I mean, yeah, Big Daddy. I mean, you laughing. But who are you? See where we at on that? Yeah, we laughing at you right now. He says, Twin, you think CD is a champion? I'm done. Out of 14 dogs, you pick CD? I'm laughing at you. You are the joke. You show me something better than CD that you got. I bred the CD. I bred the Lucane. I bred the Barracuda. I bred the Twister. Okay? These are dogs I done bred to. My question to you is, Who are you to tell me what's so funny about CD coming out of your mouth, Kerr? And I'm trying to tell you, man, I'm going to pull the car out of you, bro. We're done. You're done? No, you're not done because you're still talking. You can't tell me anything on your yard that's better than CD anyway because you haven't answered my first question. What do you have? Twin, when you say my name, I'm going to say Big Daddy. You already showed me you a car. So why should we have to take anything that you say to any type of value? So every time you open your mouth or you use your little fingers, this is what I see in you. I don't see nothing important. I don't see nothing relevant. So when you say you done, bro, when you open up your mouth and start using them fingers, you was done. All right? So we're going to make you the joke of the room today. So as you continue, we're going to continue making you the joke of the room. So you're going to be Juster Big Daddy. Everybody agree? Thumbs up, 100. If y'all think this guy's a joke, he's a Juster, thumbs up. Because I'm calling him one all day. And I'm pointing you out. I'm pointing him out. I'm calling the man out. Y'all better watch who room y'all coming in. Let's not get this thing misconstrued now. I done already ate y'all up about the Mayday thing. So I shouldn't hear nothing else about Mayday unless somebody can show me another bloodline. Now I can keep going because I'm going to Stone City next. I'm going to do some Stone City stuff. I'm going to do the same thing that I just did with Mayday with Stone City. That's Yellow and Grand Champion Buck. Again, Yellow and Grand Champion Buck. It's the Stone City creation. One of the best I say to this time because it's still around. Y'all can say what you want. You can say what you want, but I had it and it's still around. Okay. Y'all don't know why y'all go back and forth with num-dums. Don't do that, y'all. Don't go back and forth with that guy. That guy don't know what he's talking about. Just don't pay no mind. What y'all supposed to do, man? What y'all supposed to do is don't pay him no attention. You know, cause I'm gonna address him. Let me address him. When I get ready to move on, let me move on. But I'm gonna address him. Y'all don't need to address that dude. Don't give him nothing. He's just in the wrong room. So you have to treat him like, he's non-existent. He asks a question, everybody just start acting like he ain't even there. He's a buster. Thank you, Cage. We don't want to call him too many names. Remember, everything we doing is pertaining to the box. Remember, we're keeping everything that we're doing right now is all pertaining to the box, fellas. So keep it to the box. Every one of them 14 dogs was related to the box. Wasn't no personal issues with their owners. Wasn't no personal issues with the dogs. You can say something about one dog, but we just showed you 14 champions, grand champions, and it was all the Raw Williams or whatever they was. Off of Mayday, who was out there at one time, all at one time. You're not going to show me a line out there like that did it. Nobody is. You can talk about it all you want, but the only ones that got something to say about it are the people that don't know shit. Bottom line. How you going to question what I just said and what I just proved to you? Receipts? I done did more than 3 receipts. I threw a trash can full of receipts. Now show me something better. Or shut up. That's all I'm saying. That disrespecting dogs of the past, from coming out of the mouths of nobodies, I'm calling all y'all. Ain't none of y'all safe. Ain't none of y'all safe. This is not even the room to come here with. But don't worry. You bring it, I'm going to give it. And if you get called a car, so what? Stop acting like one. Don't open your mouth when you get put in a position where you feel like you got to defend yourself. All right? Because that's exactly what you're going to be doing here. When you open your mouth and say something you ain't got no business saying, you will be ending up defending yourself. And that ain't going to help you either. Because the show ain't going to win. They're going to talk about you because you ain't got nothing. You shouldn't open your mouth anyway. Because one thing you ain't gonna be able to convince us of that you got something to talk about. No, you just already showed us you ain't got shit, and you ain't shit because you're talking about everybody else but your own shit. We still ain't heard nothing about your shit, Big Daddy. Not go for anybody else that want to ride his bus with him. You better hurry him get out of here because I told you, ain't none of y'all safe playing that game with me up in here. And I can say it and do whatever I want to do in my room. Ain't nobody gonna call me off your ass. Not even Twin One. Because I'm gonna always take it right back to the box. I ain't got nowhere else to hang out. That's the safest place I can be where nobody can touch me. Because at least I can be standing in one. You can't. Evidently. To sit there and say that you even got something to say that's really relevant to you be standing there with me. You standing on the outside the box talking. Shut up. Gave you a chance. Now I'm going to keep on telling you to shut up. Every time I see your name pop up on the screen. Okay, I'm going after Stone City. I'm going after my boy too. I'm starting off with one bad boy. I'm starting off with him. See, here's the other Mayday dog to me. This is the other Mayday to me. This dog right here. I believe in this dog like I believe in Mayday. That's Grand Champion Yellow Buck. Yeah, I definitely this is he is my other choice. Yes, and it was a blessing that I went to Puerto Rico, even though I didn't come back a happy man. I came back a proud and glad man that I came back with such a dog. I came back with Little Buck, and I didn't know the significance of Little Buck until I got Little Buck, and the dog he was to me. I lost Little Buck to Babesia. After breeding my bruiser bitch to Mayday, Brad got sick, and my Apache bitch, I caught the Babesia, but I brought her home. I didn't know what was wrong with her. And I bred it to Little Buck, and in that process, she gave Little Buck Babesia. But you see how he's bred? It's almost like a Mayday breeding. It's still buck and yellow. And you already know, y'all, I'm going to talk shit about the Yellow John because to me, it's still the Yellow John. It's still a lot of Yellow John. I go pull up, I'm going to show you awesome baby. Yeah, she was a cold dog, so she's many years, she's still second on the goddamn honey bunch. So y'all say what you want. Second on the honey bunch for years. Second under honey bunch for years. And how is she bred? Yellow John. That's a hell of a Yellow John cross. A Yellow John. That's all. I mean, when you look at it, Yellow John was Red Boy. The outcross was the Dan Jocko. But these dogs is really had to be Yellow John. You see that? That's awesome baby. Can't say nothing about that dog right there. Hey, what's up, Fat Bill? See you in the house. Shout out to Fat Bill. Got a dog man in the house. What's up, fellas? Okay, so we're gonna go back, and we're gonna go back and talk about Stone City like I talked about Mayday. All right. Yellow Buck was a good dog, but it was not just Yellow Buck. It was the whole down line. All right. Let's go to Awesome Baby. I'm just gonna hang around Awesome Baby for a minute. We know we can go to Buck too, but we're talking about the creation of a dynasty. And we ain't holding no punches. All right, you got Yellow Buck. All right, now Yellow Buck had a little May sister. Here's Miss Piggy. Okay, another Red Dog. That's 2. Right? That's 2. So we got Yellow Buck and Piggy. Are we gonna get as high as Mayday on? Coming off of Mayday? You know, we've been better off doing that with Buck. But to use Buck, we would have had to use Yellow. See, when you use Buck, then we use Yellow. You use Mayday, then we can't use, we use Awesome Baby. You understand? It don't have to be Yellow Buck. It could be just Awesome Baby herself. Second to Honey Bunch now. For many years. All them bitches out there, and guess what? Still, she was second to Honey Bunch when everything shut down. Didn't never change in my world. Not long as I was around. Awesome Baby. All right, that's 1 there, right? I'm gonna come back to the screen. All right, that's 2. Remember, the whole thing we're doing now, we treating Awesome Baby, Stone City's Awesome Baby, like we treated Mayday. Why was she number 2 under Honey Bunch for all those years? Give credit where it's due. You can talk all that BS about her being cold and all that. It puts everything to shame. Because see, now we're not talking about all that. That's the bullshit story. Let's talk about the real story. Why are we even talking about her? That's the part I'm on. I'm talking about something that's worth talking about. She's still on a yard, just like my yard, just like your yard, like anybody else's yard. It don't have to be these particular dogs. What I'm trying to point out is these dogs, when you honor something, you make something work. If you guys can't figure that out, and I showed you every one of their breedings, every one of these dogs are good bred dogs. Every one of these dogs had a formula to their success. Y'all the ones don't want to listen to it. Y'all the ones want to keep pulling these dogs out of hat and putting shit together and then coming in here and act like y'all Earl Tudor or Fat Bill and everybody else, and y'all ain't. Because y'all still sitting back talking and not doing shit. I'm still talking about the box. Every dog that I bought up tonight has everything to do with the box. The box. Nobody can talk about the owners. You can't even talk about the dogs. Who dare talk about a dog that was in the box? Especially when we're talking about so many of them. You can't even gather up enough dogs to create a controversy. You can only bring up CD. I mean, you can only bring up those kind of dogs. Ignorance is where it follows. You know, ignorance will follow ignorance. You know, that's like you going on a great dog man's yard and putting his yard down and you got trash at your house. See, I'm calling all y'all on shit. I ain't giving none of y'all no breaks because this is how y'all want to play. But see, over here, I'm calling you. And I don't care if you do it out there. I'm going to still speak on it. Because the game ain't got no room for all that. Anybody want no cowards running around talking about that shit? I'm going to call y'all out. Y'all here to learn. I'm teaching you something. I'm teaching you something that ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm showing you what I saw and why I did what I did and why I became successful with it. You don't get hated if you want to. One thing for damn sure, put me in a position that I was able to do what I did around the guys that I was doing it with. Shit, Abraham did none of them. None of them had no Mayday dogs. And none of them had no Stone City dogs. None of them. None of them. Twin was doing his own thing, using what they taught me. Using what they taught me. I took everything in and I used it my damn self. I picked my own kennel to deal with. Did my own research and built with it. That's what I'm putting out here to y'all. That's why I'm telling you, this is my mentality. Why am I talking about Mayday? Now I'm talking about Stone City because I'm showing y'all what I did, and these are the dogs I did it with. It doesn't matter what these dogs are to y'all, is what I did with these dogs. This is what I'm talking about. For those who don't know how to even get to first base, I'm showing you how I got home. Period. I can sit there and talk about my winners. I can still sit there and talk about dogs out there that wasn't even on my yard still winning and producing. Why is that true? Because Mayday, Yellow John, they did it all the way down the line. Guess what? Now you can add going hard in there too. Now, you don't like it? I don't care. Then you can do something about it. Go get your own shit and make something happen. And stop talking about everybody else shit when you ain't got shit. Get something before you say something. Come on, man. That's the whole point I'm making. I don't care what bloodline it is. My bloodlines that I'm picking, I'm proving my receipts is all enough. The only reason you can be hating on a Mayday dog is because you ain't got nothing no better. And you sure can't sit there and put it down when you ain't got nothing in your yard. Come even close to that. And I would have to say that about Hardcore. I would have to say that about Stone City. I'd say that about all them big boys right there. Them boys are legends. Them dogs are history. History making dogs. And you say something like that about Jeep. Yeah, Jeep was doing the same thing. The Bulls dogs, yeah, they had their moments. But even you can go and look and see what I'm talking about. They had their moments. But their moments got a line in them that they're all known to quit. They rough curves, and they got that line in them. So you can go out there and you say what you want about them. They will. You're going to see a lot of Bulls dogs doing what a lot of Eli's dogs do. They win, and then they lose. They win, and then they lose. They're good dogs, but they're not the ultimates. You can expect some things like that to happen. Not taking nothing away from them. They're adding better dogs to them. But I can go back in history and show you when Detroit and them was running wild with Bulls dogs after the Queen. And I can sit back and tell you, I watched King David lose. I watched a whole bunch of them outside of the Queen lose. All right? There's a lot of champions, Bulls dogs that was losing too. A lot of four-time winners that got never made it to 5. You're going to see a whole lot of them out there. I'm around. I can tell you about them because I know a lot of the guys that was doing them. I refereed a lot of Ron John's shows. Okay? And that's speaking a lot because that's where the daddy come from. So you think I don't know what you're thinking? And believe me, the man can sit there and tell me, twin, you got to go through a lot of them. And the night that I rep one of his. And the same thing we were just talking about, we sat there and watched him lose one the same damn way. Yeah, and I was the ref. Lose the same way, like you said. You know, the chances of a dog coming in that's good enough to hang in there with the Bulls dogs is very slim to next to none. But you have those occasions where you run into that, and that's when they lose. I wouldn't call them second grade dogs. I can just say they're not consistent on first grade levels. Okay? You know, ain't all of them like Queen. Ain't all of them like Pandy. You know, and to be honest, I've never seen one that was ever a male. There was anything close to either one of those two dogs in the Bulls line. Neither one of them. There's not a male in the Bulls line. And let me say it clearly. You find me one male in the Bulls line that was anything like Pandy and the Queen. I know better. They didn't lose none. Pandy got retired as a 4-time winner because she couldn't get a number 5 put on the ticket. Queen was running around smashing shit because you had a lot of believers that really believed that dog cannot be that good. And the whole time she's using toothpicks. We in there picking meat out of her mouth. The fuck?
He ain't lying, man. He ain't lying.
Man, look.
We was right there with him, man.
Man, look. Now, I know what they look like. I know what one looked like. I drive on that one. I was fortunate to say it. I took a shot with Red Ace going after a full-time winner and still made the cover on the back end of it, talking about what I did. But her daughter come back and made up for all that. Could have been a grand champion. She could have been a 10-time winner if I could keep her off from being a beaver. She was crazy. She was crazy. Dog bit on everything. She would chew a tree down, beaver style, all day, just gnawing, all day. And then they finally tell me I have Sir Kell. I can't get no puppies out of her. I send her on, and then they turn around and get some puppies out of her. And then they tell me, well, man, you know what your problem was? You had her next to Brat. Brat probably had Sir Kell scared to death. You know what I mean? And it made sense. Because when she wasn't gnawing on the tree, she was fighting the chain. And she wasn't fighting the chain, she was trying to eat Sir Kell. Sir Kell, I had to move her pan over there on the other side behind the house because she was cold dog anyway. So for her to come out, I had to learn, you know. I'm wondering why she won't eat. I'm thinking something wrong with her. Yeah, it was something wrong with her. Where I put all the dog's pans out to feed, it was in an area that, you know, that she had to look down every time she put her head down in that pan and look and see Brat. Little nutcase looking at her and come right out of that pan. So it wasn't happening. So I had to put her food back. But, you know, I didn't know they said psychologically, you know, I was fucking her up. That's why she couldn't have puppies. Because as soon as she got away from my yard, she wouldn't have some puppies. Unless they was bullshitting and they did some fake ass shit with this shit. But, you know, the guys that had her, I believe in them because they had one of my dogs. They bred to her and had puppies. It was dogs off of Nico Jr. bred the sassy girl. Bred back to Sir Kell. And had puppies. Yeah, I was trying to do Buck Rogers and Sir Kell and couldn't get no puppies. You think I wasn't mad and hurt about that shit? That's the whole purpose of me having Sir Kell. Okay, we got Miss Piggy. We going back, man. I'm going back through this. My yellow buck stuff here, y'all. Y'all got me bent. Okay. We got yellow buck. Then we got to go back in here. I got to pull up my boy Luger. So y'all ain't know nothing about this black and white one here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to bring him up. Awesome, baby. Where the hell did they find this breeding at? Like they said, you could probably breed her to a cat and she'd produce a winner. You understand what I'm saying, fellas? Hey, I'm going to show you the dog. A recognized sporting dog champion, make that clear. Won 3 in America. And then his 4th in Thailand at 42. Knowing that when we go over here, when we go pick up something over here, let's just go see where it takes us. Look how far it takes us, y'all. All we know is there's some rascal in there. Okay? That's about the best we got right there. Anybody got any ideas about that stuff? One thing for damn sure. Need bred that shit to dang awesome, baby. They produced the bulldog. Even if it was just one. Some of you guys got dogs on your yard bred better than this and you still can't get one. A full-time winner. Awesome baby. Showing you she can be bred to trash and still throw something. Alright? still throw something. You're taking something good and you breed into some shit. Come on, y'all. Only thing we know is the rascal stuff on there. That's all we know about it. Come on. All right. Point that out. Just wanted to point that out. Just wanted to point that little point out. That's how good she was. And then you taking that and breeding it to awesome buck? Taking buck, grand champion buck, and breeding to her? Okay, I'm going to throw another one on the screen. No, I'm going to bring this one up. Champion Nico. Okay, now I'm going to say this because he produced some great dogs too. I remember I had one off of Nico and Champion Sugar. Naya. Oh yeah, I'll pull that one up. You need to see the receipt on that one. But see, look, beating this dog, a guy beat this dog right here and become a legendary dog man off of beating one dog. Y'all can say what y'all want. Only beginners fall for that shit. Just because you beat this dog didn't stop this dog from still being a great dog. Dog still went on to produce great dogs. Still went on to produce great dogs. He lost to a dog, and just because the dog beat him, he made that dog a legend. Are y'all kidding me? That's for the kids in school, in kindergarten. That's almost close to talking about Santa Claus coming down the chimney when you go to sleep at night. One dog, all of a sudden, it's such a legendary thing. Clown. Not knocking IBM at all. But he only beat Nico. And you telling me by him beating Nico, you became legendary? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That didn't pass my test. I mean, we can call that a legendary event. That's all I can call it. But I'm not giving no damn dog no legendary status for whooping a great dog that went on to produce greater dogs. I'm not getting that out of me. And I'm a real, you gonna be real about it. Only ones can gapple on that shit and praise on some mess like that is usual young boys or young dog men who don't know no better. That's like saying that because he had one dog that did that, he's supposed to be so great, but never seen nothing outside. And the dog can't even produce nothing. But yes, it's a legendary story. The only story we want to hear about is the one where he beat Nico. And we didn't even care about the other 3 or 4. We didn't. Because the only ones we know to talk about is the Nico show. Okay? So what makes them legendary? No, the show was a legendary show. That's how I looked at it. That event itself was legendary. Okay? That's all. Nothing else. Kennel gets no pup from me, and the dog gets no love from me. Because he didn't do anything outside of that one thing. Man, it was part of a legendary show. That's all. I'm not putting nobody down. I'm just keeping it real with you. Not when you got all these dogs I'm showing y'all, and y'all got the nerve to get that kind of bullshit some time compared to all this stuff I'm showing y'all now. Y'all are the ones mixed up. I'm just showing you how bad y'all, how mixed up y'all really are. Because I'm going to put it all out there. Again. Yes. Another great dog. Awesome, baby. Yeah, but then we still looking at Buck. We still got a whole lot of yellow in there. We still got a whole lot of yellow John. But we didn't add another dog to the equation. It still looks like the stuff that we be doing when we breeding the Mayday dogs to the Hollandwork dogs or the Buck dogs bred to the yellow dogs. They all look the same to me. The concept was the same to me. All right? Now, I mean, man, do you know how many dogs I can go through? I mean, I can imagine this, y'all. I can go from Nico. I can go to Nico Jr. I can go to Yellow Buck. I can go to McVeigh. I can go to all these dogs, y'all. These dogs produce winners. Look at all these champions and grand champions. I mean, do I need to do the same thing I did with Mayday? Because I would have to be doing it with 2 different dogs. I would have to be doing it with Awesome Baby. I would have to turn around and do it with Nico. Then I would have to turn around and do it with Nico Jr. You know what I'm saying? Then I got to go in there and pull up Awesome Buck, Awesome Beast, McVeigh. You see what I mean? And guess what? We still talking about dogs Twin use. We still talking about dogs I use. My mind frame, my mindset, what I saw. But I was able to take what I saw and did what I saw. I was getting the same results that everybody else was getting. While y'all sitting back player hating, I wasn't. I was wanting to play. Everybody else seemed to be going to the box winning championships. Why can't I? That's all I'm saying. I ain't sitting on my yard talking to the next man. How can you do the things that I done and still have the nerve to watch a bunch of nobodies, even some of my closest friends, to even play with my own line? How you got the nerve to hate on me? Because you can't do what I did? You can't do what I did? You did enough, but you could never do what I did. You didn't. You didn't. Because you did, you be carrying my name right along with your accolades and your history. I didn't put nobody down, didn't take nothing away from you. I wish everybody all the luck. But when you started your ass back there and you sitting there with the same dogs that I created and got something to say about me, I will pop you in your mouth too. You didn't get away with nothing with that. I just let you slide. Okay? I'm just letting y'all know. I'm not being Mr. Nice Guy no more. Don't hate on me because I'm doing what I do. Do what I do. Don't hate. You can be just like what I'm doing. Don't hate on what I'm doing. Do something yourself. Give me something to hate on you about. Here's another one. Going hard dog. Let's go right here. Let's go on hard Naya. How she bred? Nico, the Champion Sugar. How Champion Sugar bred? Look like more than shit on my yard. We're still talking about Yellow and Buck. Yellow and the Breaker Bitch. Still, we got 3 of the baddest kennels right there, all in one dog. And I had her. Again, why did this stuff work for Twin? I'm showing you why. Yeah, that dog's name was Going Hard Naya. Yep. She didn't have but 2 puppies. Look what I bred her to. She didn't have but 2 puppies. And look at both of them. This one right here was going to be a grand champion. They just cut her short at her feet. But she was every bit brat. She was every bit what you would ask for a good dog. She was a straight destroyer. And they knew enough about her that, you know, she came up missing. Put it like that. You in a keep and you die in a keep. And then, you know, that's the way the story goes, so we're going to leave it right there. But I had the dog on my yard, and she was every bit. Look at her. She's coming off of Twisted. Bred to deny a dog. Look how these dogs are bred. This is what you're going to get. These are the kind of dogs that you can count on that you're going to get if you are doing these type of breeds. Remember, guys, this is me doing this. And where did I get it from? I showed you where I got it from. I'm doing what everybody else was doing. And that's the only point that I've been trying to make to y'all. I'm doing what everybody else was doing. Ain't that what I said when I came to this show and did this show? I ain't trying to tell y'all nothing but what I did. I wasn't doing nothing but trying to show y'all what my mind frame is and what I was doing and why I was doing them and what I seen for myself. You know, you didn't see me, I didn't run around and grab everybody's stuff. I went and tried to do what everybody else is doing. I wanted to have my own line in my own yard and to go on hard dogs. And I took what I thought were the best dogs out there. Yeah, I did. Mm-hmm. You know, I used to miss. In my early days, I used to have a dog. My name was Goldie. And this dog was so important to me, man, that when I got her, it was one of the happiest days of getting a three-legged dog. I'm going to tell you, she was a three-legged dog, and I had her papers. Yeah, I had her papers. She was ADBA. Yes, she was, and I had her papers. I had this dog right here, y'all. And can you imagine me sitting on the yard down to 3-4 years and didn't get one puppy out of her? You can read what it says. A great dog later on was sold to Going Hard Kennels. And look how long ago that was. That was a long time ago. It wasn't me. I ain't put that in there. 1990. Do you see that? Mr. Garrett had the dog. Yeah, I ended up with that dog. Had her till she died. She stayed on my yard. But yes, I enjoy every day that she was on this earth on my yard. We had a dog off of Lopez's Buster on the yard. I mean, I just always had good dogs because this had good dogs. My point clearly shows you that I had great dogs. Now, how am I having great dogs and not being able to do dogs? You can't hate on me because I did dogs. That's for damn sure. You can't hate on me. And the bad thing about it, I had great bred dogs because I learned that great bred dogs will keep you in the box and will let you win. I mean, look, when you start adding the conditioning, the caring into all that, and you got something you work with, that's all, you do your part, just doing my part with the dogs. And how did I get that far? Because I was watching what everybody else was doing. I ain't afraid to sit there and watch the greats do. While y'all sitting back talking about people, I'm sitting back trying to help y'all. Cause I'm still saying a lot of y'all safer in really, I'm just saying y'all safer in pro room. Not taking nothing away from pro, but y'all fit his style because he really don't know because he doesn't have the experience. So he's fit for you guys to go over there and hang out with and understand. When y'all get over here with me, you can't get what I'm saying because you done got confused and forgot where you was at. See, this room right here is not meant for y'all kind of guys. It's not. Because you'll never get it. You will never have the heart to stop your yard because you ain't getting nothing. You ain't doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? You steady bragging. These papers ain't doing nothing but withering away with trash that you got on your yard because you don't want to have enough courage to get rid of that shit and starting over. You still trying to make something with nothing. You think you can take your nothing and go breed to something and make something and you still ain't getting nothing. So don't come around here with that fake ass shit, man, and think I won't call y'all on that. Because when it comes time to me asking you what you got on your yard and you can't answer that question, then this is not the room you need to be in. See, I need the guys in the room that when I ask them a question like that, they slap her up on the table, put it right up there and be like, twin, I'm doing some shit. And I'm on that. Where are them kind of guys at? Do we got a lot of them in this room? I ain't talking about no old retired vets. I'm talking about y'all young boys, y'all young dog men. Do we got any one of y'all that can sit up there and say, hey, twin, boom, check this breeding out. Boom. Now, I know what you're saying. Is anybody in there walking around with the same paper bag that I'm carrying? Did you know that you always got somebody to try to tear it down because what? Because they ain't got it? You know, come on. You're going to never hear a man who's done this talk about anybody else's dog. Only y'all weak ones to do that because y'all ain't got shit. So I'm going to keep on saying that. Every time I hear somebody badmouth a dog, whether it's the dog man or the damn dog, I'm dogging y'all. Because if y'all can't come back with the response that I'm going to give back to you for coming out your mouth because you ain't got shit. I know you don't have shit. Because if you had shit, you wouldn't be wasting your time talking about everybody else's shit. You'd be too busy talking about your own. But when you ain't got your own, you got all the room in the world to talk like you got some sense about everybody else's shit. But I'm going to call you on that. And then everybody be aware because you don't fit my room. Because my room, we calling out everybody. In our room, we got guys out here that want to be like me. You know, I am no comparison to STP, Stone City, Abraham, McNasty. I'm telling you, you ain't gonna never hear me stand there and step up there and try to stand over them guys. It's not even my place to do so. For everything that I done, I still never reached their plateau. Period. You hear coming from my mouth. Y'all think what I did was something. Not to me. It was something because I followed the right people. But compared to what they did, no, I ain't did nothing. They told me one damn thing like this. They said legends make legends. Didn't they tell us that? If you see me as a legend and the way you hanging out with us, twin, you going to be a legend. Ain't that what they said? All you got to do is do what you got to do to win. Because don't nothing happen outside the box. All that other shit that's going around the box don't mean shit. Everything that happens inside that box, that's what makes history. And I heard that very clearly. That's why I always wanted to go to the box. I never stopped trying. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Never stop trying. I don't care if you got to start all over. Remember, look, you see the dogs I started with, and you see how it all changed, and you see what I ended up with. I can come right back in the game, and don't mean I got to come back with them same dogs. All I got to do is come back with the mind frame. I don't care how the dog is bred. Just show me that kind of consistency, and you got me on your team. Now, is anybody in this chat room working with anything that I showed y'all, anything close, that you can see a pattern on your own yard, that you got something to look forward to? I want to see it. That's all. He's not here to put you down. I want to see somebody else growing. Because that person knows exactly what I'm talking about. When you got that in your hands, ain't but one thing that you can do with it, man, for it to even be worth talking about. Remember, I wouldn't even be a conversation if I didn't have them goddamn winners. And just so happen to have winners that were considered amongst some of the great dogs because of the breedings and the dogs that they come from. You know what I mean? You can't hurt me unless you try to tear down them. And the only ones who ever would try to do that is people that's not real dog men who probably ain't never done nothing, still trying to do something. You know what I mean? How many of you guys out here still too scared to go out there and put your dog to the test? How many of y'all, because y'all done seen the bad acts, it's too late now? Or you too embarrassed to look bad because you're always talking and running your mouth like you want to be something. You want to have a narrative. You want to be around the big dogs and feel like you're part of something. Well, man, let me tell you something. Around the real world, you will get called out because you know what? We already know you fake. All right? You fake guys just stand out like sore thumbs because you should be the quietest one that's in the room because real dog man, especially young dog men who want to learn, they don't have nothing to say. That's why I can't get nobody to ask a bunch of questions on my show. But I can watch y'all go out there and ask everybody else a bunch of bullshit. Even have your own little comments and remarks. Because y'all in these rooms where the people who's running these rooms ain't shit just like y'all. Y'all don't have shit, you're not doing shit. So y'all kind of fit together to act like y'all feel like y'all important to each other. One feeding off the other. Okay? And I guess I'm calling it out. I'm going to call it for what it is. But you're not going to get that out of this room. That's why you don't hear nobody ever asking Twin a bunch of questions because nobody really come here to ask questions. Most of you guys are coming here to listen. Even when I want you to ask questions, y'all don't ask questions. Even when I want people's input, y'all don't have input. You know why? Because people don't come to Going Hard's room. They have these kind of bullshit conversations. They come to here Going Hard Twin and say something. What are you going to say today? You know what I mean? When we going to get to the keep, Twin? You know, I can sit there and tell guys don't give the dog Strongyl but one treatment every 10 days, right? And then I'll sit there and I'll watch, after all that, after sending several emails out telling people that, why do I still have guys coming back saying, do I give it to the dog 3 days in a row when you're just sitting there in your inbox telling you don't do that? Who does that? Do you think I want to answer any more of his emails? Do you really think that I want to even open his emails, guys? For real? Come on now. It comes a point where if y'all want to listen, then I will give you everything that I'm giving you. You know? But if y'all coming to do anything other than that, you know, this is not the room for you. Because if you try to do the things you do in the other rooms, if I don't pick you up on it, because I don't watch the chat room, then I'm pretty sure somebody in the chat room going to pick you up on it. And after all the bullshit that this chat room has dealt with, watching all this fakery that we had to fight off in our own damn room, because everybody want to keep bouncing around like they was in a paper place. They don't want to see when Going Hard really start going hard. And Going Hard still ain't done going hard yet now. You haven't really seen the worst of me. Or my twin. You know, I'm being honest and I'm being truthful. We have been real nice about a lot of shit because we're trying to help. But I've never done scratching because I don't stop scratching until I win. And you're going to stop because I'm not going to stop. I never stop. I'm always keeping one in that bag. Remember I said, I'm always going to have that advantage on anything that I fucking do in life. Anything. Because I work for that. I always got a contingency plan. And that contingency plan banks on the fact that you don't know what I know. And that be the trap. So guys who want to come in the room, let's come in the room and get back to, and let's see what y'all got. Because now the pressure on y'all. I done sat down and seen all the people. Now I'm passing out membership cards. And guess what? I'm betting now. All right? Let's see how easy it is to get in that basement when it comes down to it. Because again, we already said that we're not taking none of that trash down there with us. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to play with guys that's going to be just as serious as we are. And if you ain't that serious, and just by me watching, you know, and seeing the things that I see, believe me, I don't miss nothing, and there's one thing for damn sure. I got too many videos to go back through and pay attention to certain ones.
We do.
And we do. Okay? So we pay good attention. You got to remember, we are old men, and we're also Marines, and we're also very smart. So what we're looking at and what we're doing, and we're getting around. You know what I mean? And now it's time. And we're trying to take in some young guys who want to really be there. But it's not going to, we don't have extra seats for nobodies. You're going to, if you're a nobody, you're not welcome and you're not invited. It's the bottom line. So be careful how you talk in not only in this room, but any other room, because you never know when we're sitting back watching. Because we're sitting back watching. You know why? Because it's important to us. You know why it's important to us? Because it's something that we already lack. We do not have the resources to help you guys get the dogs that you want to get. There's no resources out there. I was on Doug's show last night, and he was talking about how the dog man stopped reporting matches in the 1950s. Okay? You got Pete Sparks down there sinking in the boat, and all the rest of them sitting up there at the top of the boat like that's a kiki. Okay? So if it's such a damn kiki, why did the damn journal have to come back out then? Any smart ones on that one? That's a question for your smart asses. That they was doing that in the 50s, saying the same things as y'all saying right now. Then in between that, while they on the boat, we'll do our own, we won't report no matches, we won't do this, we won't do that. Pete Sparks down there trying to get him because he's the one that's got it. Trying to keep the record. Nobody wanted to do it. So tell me, that was going on in the 50s, then what happened and why did the journal come back? And why would the journal come back even stronger? It actually saved the game. Huh? You got Boomerang, the first grand champion in the book. Yet they was the other day they was hanging on the damn boat talking about they ain't reporting shit. Like y'all doing now. Tell me I'm wrong. Same old thing. I'm telling y'all why it has to come back. I'm telling you why there's the failures out there, then why it has no choice but to come back. Or you young guys ain't got a chance. You're never going to have shit to do with. There's going to be always the lack of great dogs. Where you're not going to see them kind of shit that I just took y'all on today. And I didn't even get to Eli. I just showed you a lot of the things I said about Eli. I didn't get the butt like I wanted to. Cause I got Gaston. I got Ratliff. I got STP. There's so many more. Black Paths or the Bull stuff. There's just so many more things that I can go through and show you guys that these dogs that's winning like this, the majority of them were great bred dogs. It was bred to do that. Every once in a while you get sprinkled, but look, let me tell y'all something. If I was to tell you, hey, I'm going to win 85% of my shit, that ain't telling you I'm going in undefeated. I said I'm going to win 85% of my shit. And if you want to know the truth about my history, I won 90% of my history. I won't even say, I'm being nice with 90. Because pertaining to what I did and what I lost, I'm well over 90% for sure. But I give you 90 because I'm still not like the great ones. So I'm going to take a couple points off of that. I'm not like none of them. My mentors, my great kennels, my legends. I'm not none of them. I ain't never been trying to step down and lift myself up above them. How that sound? I give respect where it's due, because without them, I wouldn't be shit. Okay? But look at this. If I'm going to be 85%, I'm going on the 85%. That means that leaves me 15% of losing. Now, let's put money value to that. Let's talk about money value to that in itself. If I win 85%, but I'm only losing 15%, what did I tell you? Shoot, in basketball, you can shoot 50% of threes and they call you Steph Curry. Do they not? Man, hit 50% three-pointers and they call you Steph Curry. That's what it takes. Yet we batting 85%. The numbers speak for themselves. I don't mind losing 15%. That's showing y'all I ain't God. How y'all gonna ride me on my 15% losses, but y'all can't even give me the proper recognition for the 85% wins? So before you start talking about my 15%, you better start talking about that 85%, because guess what? It's gonna be that 85% that's gonna make you look stupid. Because I won't let none of y'all forget about that. And that goes for even the ones that took my line out there and won with it. You still can't stop my shit because I'm still name all over it. Bayless, going hard, whatever you want to call it, I'm going to be out there legendary in any pedigree that's got a goddamn going hard name in it. That pedigree does not change. So there's no reason why Twin ever had to hate on nobody. But Twin, when you come back at me, I'm going to start speaking out. Because I'm not going to be on a platform with y'all clowns playing with me. I'm going to start really calling y'all out for what it is. You hating. And when you hating, you a snake. And when you're dealing with snakes, you're dealing with all kind of cross-eyed shit. And for what we do, we don't have no room for none of that in what we do. None of that. And it's about time for us to start weeding people that's mixing into that little crowd of guys that want to get there. And we got to weed them bullshitters out of here. Because they're the ones that's messing everything up for us. We got to get rid of them. They got to go. And my room is going to be a set example. Guys, we're going to start using this thumb down. We're always throwing roses. We're always doing this right here. We're always doing something, giving me so much love. But we don't crucify no ignorance. We need to start putting our foot down to ignorance. If we set an example here, then that means we can set an example everywhere else. I mean, I appreciate Pelican Bay. Pro Game came into my room. Hey, that was good. Still got a lot to learn. Still didn't stand up and apologize in front of the people. You know, I came to your show for you to apologize to everybody. It didn't happen. So, you know, I'm still throwing red flags up until I see it happen. I'm not no fool. Don't play with me, because I will go back to being who I was. You got to fix all this. Okay? I will show them how to fix it, but you got to face the people and do that yourself. People deserve that. You guys deserve that. You deserve an apology. And I don't need to be the one giving it to you. All right? Now, for all the rest of y'all who want to get somewhere, don't let the bullshit interfere with what you're doing. Because you're already bad enough until we get y'all some resources. Y'all walking out here blind. I'm giving you something. You got videos to go back on to be able to know how to do your dog. You know how to go for stuff to have. I'm giving you all this info. I don't want to hear nobody else, you know, call me or email me or text me asking me a question about anything that's not covered on these videos. I mean, for any young dog man right now that ain't got to the point of putting your foot over the box, okay? Not even getting close to that, but wanting to get there. You should always be back there looking at them videos. You should continue going back and looking until you figure it out, because if you go back and look, and by the time you get back up here where we are right now, I can guarantee you, you won't be doing none of this silly shit that the guys who really ain't got shit. You'll see there's a difference between you and them. Because as you go back, you're going to see there's one thing that I've always stayed true to. One thing that we all got in common. One thing. Period. That right there. That's the only thing that we got in common. And ain't none of y'all there yet. There's a few of us here. But that's right there. 85% of y'all flunked the test. 85% of the people on these chat rooms, on Facebook, on Instagram, 85% of you have failed. Because this is not the main piece for you. And that's the only piece to this. There's nothing else other than this. You can be a breeder and you ain't shit without this. You can be a dogger and you still ain't shit without this. What else matter? His personal life, the way he feed his dogs, the way he keep his dogs, the way he condition his dogs, the way he bred his dogs, the way he filled out the papers on his dogs. Was this real? Wasn't that real? But the whole time, ain't none of this pertaining to this. Especially when I go like this to the talker. Okay, I done brought you up to the wall. I done brought you right there to the edge of it. Because now you on the outside. Now I done got on the outside. Now I'm dragging your asses to the box. Like I did with old Big Daddy. Like I did with what's his name, Space Boy, whatever his name was. See, you take them because they on the outside. No, you bring them up to the box and see if they really want to get in. And they be tugging like a little kid. They don't want to take a bath. I don't want to go. Because you reported your card and you was phony. It sounded like you all dog, man, when you shoot your questions out. But when we shoot them back at you and it's coming from a real dog, man, we sending a totally different response. We done seen it enough in this room that we already, we got a playbook for you fakies. And we're going to start utilizing them because it has to be done. We have to start breeding better dogs. And how we going to have better dogs if nobody knows where they're at? Nobody still came up with another line out there really to show me anything coming close to Mayday, Stone City, the Boyles dogs. I mean, we still talk about old dogs. I mean, nothing is in command. Nothing. You know, it could even be out there. Guess what? It's not enough of us to know about it to be able to say something about it. And I'm guaranteeing you if there's something out there anywhere close, you still got these clowns out here that just sit there and put it down. It's probably where it won't even get out the neighborhood. And he could be whooping everybody in the state. But because you got so many haters out there that wish they could and would, that they'll sit there and blind the whole, anybody trying to look. They will get blinded by all the damn haters out there. There ain't enough sunglasses to block all that bullshit out because look at it now. Look at it now. And I'm telling you, I'm not having it. I'm telling you, it's getting ready. I done right where I need to be at right now. And I'm not showing no mercy. No mercy. If you ain't doing nothing and you ain't part of this right here, don't say nothing. If you ain't asking a question, don't say nothing. Listen. If you got an opinion, it better be a relevant opinion that has anything with this. This is the only thing you can be talking about with your opinion. If it ain't got nothing to do with that, then your opinion don't mean shit here. So save it. So when I start, Twin ain't mad, I'm not mad. This is just how a Marine acts. You know, we don't get mad. No, we get Marine. Because when it boils down to us, remember, it's a one-story shot when it comes to dealing with Marines. We are the spearhead of our country. We have been given that responsibility to guard our country in all embassies, ships, the White House. What kind of fucking mentality you think I got? So don't get that shit misconstrued. I'm still a Marine, 61 damn years old. What kind of attitude you think I got? And I've been here. I ain't none of y'all fake asses. I've been there. I got my accolades to speak up. You can question all you want, but you better be ready to shoot back You better be ready for me when I shoot back. Because I'm shooting back at all y'all. Anybody who don't get it, getting out. We need room for guys that want to come in here and play. Who wants to be the next Mayday? Who wants to be the next Yellow Bar? Who wants to be the next Hardcore? You know, these are great kennels, man, that surpass even my time. You know, they're still producing great dogs. You know, these are years down the line, and we don't know what's going on out there because we don't have the information. I'm trying to fix two things. I'm trying to fix a lot of things, but the two things that I'm trying to fix ain't gonna be fixed on the internet. I'm just keeping it real with you. You guys don't have information to make the right moves. You don't. And evidently, you sure as hell ain't got the right dogs. Before you know it, every damn champion around here, he must pick up his little easy wins and go sit down and hope like hell he's bred good enough to get away with the shit. They can get away with doing that right now. But then the ones who wants to try to sneak around and get them grand championships on the slide, like, you know, they can slime through it and they bump into because you can't beat up in one area for so long before they start going out there trying to sabotage your ass, and they're bringing in better dogs that you ain't ready for because your dog ain't all that you think. Maybe just for the area that you putting them in. But they didn't went out there and bought a shark into your yard. Or you didn't caught the attention of some sharks. Or we smell chump. Chump. You coming. The fuck you think I was scared of Kunta? That boy, I'm still hot over that. After what I did with that dog, nobody want to really deal with him. You know, because ain't nobody want to see me get no more famous than I was. That would have been a real nice chip on my shoulder, like I was going after the shot with Tommy Boy. I'm always taking pot shots, bruh. I'm a Marine. There ain't nothing scaring me. Nothing gonna happen to me if my dog lose. I mean, that's just plain and simple. I'm not worried about nothing. And they ain't ashamed to lose. But I'm also a gladiator. A Spartan. You understand? There's a certain way we think. Remember, we throw away our weak children. Right? That is, the Spartans say, your child is weak, he cannot be a Spartan. You know, that's how we roll. That's the mentality that I got. That's the mentality you got to have. You got to be able to walk out on your yard. How many years you been feeding your yard? If I was to go around the room and say, okay, Big Daddy, okay, like you said, it's a bad idea nowadays. Back then, there were plenty of American warriors. Your friends and mine are there. But remember, guy, Big Daddy, you're still wrong again. But you're wrong. You're wrong. You're only saying some bullshit that you think you know what you're talking about. The same thing that was wrong right now is the same thing that was wrong back there in 1950. There ain't no nowadays. Them nowadays was back in the day. Yeah, my friends and all of them came out, but guess what? They wasn't certified to the MAC down. To the MAC down. The journal was the only thing that made it clear. Outside the game, dog. When he came along, Fat Bill came along, he helped it out. He changed the game himself. Without him, we wouldn't have PORs. We would have a better understanding on, you know, he made it a little harder for great dogs to do the business. You know, he made it harder than the journal to be a champion or a register, a producer of record. He made it harder. Only thing the journal could do is make it harder too, because there used to be 3 wins for everybody to be an all winner. After Fat Bill did his thing, then guess what? The journal had to do their thing and had to bump the males up to 4. Where did they get it from? They had to go with the damn Fat Bills. It's like us now. If the book come out now, guess what? It's going to have them both. It's not going to be a journal over here, all win, and a game dog over here, POR. No, they're going to all be assigned together. Because those 2 good ideals. And yes, it is needed. The game is messed up because there is nothing out here to help reference anything. You can't get no reference to nothing. Nowadays, see, you don't know enough to even make them kind of comments, bro. That's why I'm still telling you, you need to be quiet. Because as long as I keep hearing you say something, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, my friends and mine, what you do? You found that on Facebook somewhere? My friends and mine was nowhere close as strong as Game Dog and the Journal. They were good readings, but no, stop it. That was way beyond, that was even before the Journal. Why you think it didn't make it? Your friends and mine and all that, yeah, I've seen them, but they're not the same. That's why those two books right there came up. That's why Fat Bill was able to snap with Jack and say, I'm going to break off and do a anarchy and be successful. They weren't the only ones. Vietnam came out with theirs. And I mean, everybody tried to come out with one. But when it boiled down to it, I got to say, there was only two, to me, that mattered. And you have to give your hat to Fat Bill. But I say again, shouldn't not one man in either one of those camps hold that kind of power? Because they both held that kind of power, and in both of their cases, there was things that messed them both up. Fat Bill had this mean streak, and he just couldn't stand Jack and Jack's publication, the way he did things. And then it turned out because of his bias, you know, it created a bias that where, you know, you was no better than Jack, Bill. Really. We love you both. We need you both. But the bias, it looks like, you know, to me, that's what killed everything. It's what brought the heat. And trying too hard when you had already had everything that we wanted from you. The man put me, look, he did a story on Pretty Mama. And he did. You can go look in your American Game Dogs and you'll find Pretty Mama in Fat Bill's book. And I really appreciated that. You know, and she did win Gamers and Best in Show over Brat. She did. But everybody else wanted to talk about Brat. Bill didn't want to talk about Brat because Bill didn't really like the Matey Dogs anyway. And really didn't like him after Chi-Chi. And I'm just keeping it real. I'm not saying he lost. And that's all. But, you know, I said at the same time, when you carry bias and emotions into something that's not really directed in the right direction, you mess up what's being built. The better part of what was being built, you tore up. You know what I'm saying? We're going to always respect him because he if it don't be for him, we wouldn't have RM, POR, four champions for the males, and not the 3 anymore. There was just so many things that they made a change with. But because Jack had his bias, Bill started off being good, but then he had his bias, and then it became a mess. Jack sold his shit, and Bill went way to the left with his shit. Down there went politics with his shit. And all of it got ruined. The wrong people got their hands in it. Bill had to shut down. And then everything just been going to shit ever since. Everything. Everything. Now to the point that I come back, y'all don't have nothing. I mean, y'all got out of seas dolls coming over here. People bragging about that out of sea doll. Mine was imported from Bosnia. What the fuck? What? Like, that's supposed to be some big thing. We need to get back, guys. This is our show. We need good guys. Okay, let me see. What happened to the Sporting Dog Journal had sections and liars and fake reports switching names losers. Well, that's not what happened to the journal, because when Jack had the journal, it wasn't none of all that, bruh. You don't understand how hard it was to get a 1 in Jack's book. So again, I'm going to keep on talking to you because you don't know what you're talking about. And every time I read something you say new and you ain't knowing what you're talking about, I'm going to get on you, because you really do need to shut up, Big Daddy, because you're wrong again. That's not what happened. That happened to the journal. It happened when the conspiracy theory started happening up with the macho buck and old boy from work getting busted, and you still trying to run a book while you on charges, still trying to get people to buy into your book so you can still collect your money that the journal had already had set up through the years of dealing with Jack, and they ran it down to the mud, accepting payments, like making a dog that was really gone to the world to be a dog of the year, and was never any of that. You was paid to put the dog on the dog of the year, and this is what killed the journal. That's when all the fake shit started happening, because it's all started from that. Didn't have nothing to do with Jack Kelly. Nothing. Yeah, we exposed Jack. We didn't expose Jack. We exposed the fake Kennels. Beeline. While y'all running around with that cowboy beeline shit. That shit was phony. That was phony than a $3 bill. All that beeline stuff was fake. The Wee Hut and all the other shit that came after that. I'm still got that Grand Champion Rambo. All that was fake. That was all fake. Yeah. The journal didn't catch that. We as dog men caught that. We did. When we got done catching it and exposing it, yeah, you had to fix it. That's not Jack's problem. He did the best he can. We don't know. You got enough of us lying, cheating ass people out here. How you gonna stop it? I'm gonna tell you how you gonna stop it. You're gonna keep enough real people around that fake shit ain't gonna get you nowhere. See, this time we're gonna do it different. It ain't gonna be all that. Because, yeah, like I said, we're gonna keep the creeps out. If you ain't got nothing to play with, then you, guess what? You better stay at home and find you something to do until you get one. Because that's the only way you're getting through these doors, bro. People ain't got no business in there, then you'll spend more time at home trying to do it the right way to get there. Too many of us getting knocked off because we letting all these clowns through the door. And that's done. Just like these clowns in this room. So, y'all, that's going to come to a, let's leave them in the rooms while we go outside and play. That's where I'm going. I'm calling out all these fake ones, all these think you know what you're talking about and all that mess. We're going to call you out, bro. You're going to stop that. You're going to stop that, especially over here in this room. Because when I look at this thing, I want to be able to see real dog man. Well, he's talking about Walkmore now. What are you going to say about Walkmore? I told you what they did with Big John. I told you guys years ago what they did with Big John. I told you when I bred the Little John. So I know about Walkmore long before y'all even talk about Walkmore. How y'all gonna sit there and talk about Walkmore when y'all let Walkmore do this shit years later? Now y'all want to talk about them. Knowing the stories that I told a long time ago. When I was telling guys, you know, that ain't the place to go. I went there. The first time I had a bunch of dogs coming off of Sassy that was quitting. They was quitting off of Champion Little John. Coming off of Sassy, these dogs was trash. There was only one little female that could produce something, and she didn't produce but maybe one. But that was the worstest breeding I ever made. All this, Walkmore this and Walkmore that, well, guess what? I started realizing the only ones winning was them, and then damn, who was they winning with? Okay, I seen a whole lot of that. Y'all living right there in South Carolina. Y'all couldn't expose this dude. Y'all living right there in South Carolina, and y'all couldn't expose him. You got Crossroads. You got so many other big camps there, and y'all couldn't fix that. Come on, man. I have to ask. I have to ask. This was long ago, and I'm telling everybody, and y'all still talking about that in 2022. Come on. They survived y'all trash talking because they still was doing it. And still South Carolina, I still don't understand how it happened. How it happened. In y'all backyard. I didn't know no better. All them champions, you had champion Big John, you had all these Sable, you had all these damn Saber, you know, all these dogs coming out of Waccamaw. Like Waccamaw, some big tight ass kennel, but guess what? Guess what we noticed? Even when we wanted to go get a little piece of Waccamaw, remember? Because we didn't believe in Lil John and we told him. We didn't brag to the dog, so we're suspect. We think all these damn dogs are suspect. No shit. We had put him under our radar too. Because we don't understand what's going on here. Big John gets stolen. It seemed to be convenient. You know, it's a good story. Everybody want to holler Big John went to Ecuador. Well, how about if y'all knew that Big John didn't really win a championship? Nothing. He won it against his own damn brother, House Dog. So what? You know what's the best way when the story come out and everybody's talking about how Big John was a fake for him to conveniently come up missing?
Imagine the crew was hanging with when that was going on. When the niggas was coming at their ass.
I mean, that's the truth of it, y'all. You know, I see why y'all want to talk about Waccamaw. Waccamaw was doing this a long time ago. Y'all want to swear that Big John was over in Ecuador. Why would anybody care what Big John was when Big John was already being questioned as being a fake champion? Did anybody miss that? So that goes for a lot of you guys that really don't know what the hell y'all was talking about now. Because Big John, it seemed to be convenient for him to come up missing with the heat that was on his ass. There you go. Say it again. Put your thumbs up because I know what I'm talking about. How's somebody going to tell me when I was there? Y'all hearing this shit coming from somebody else. I was there. Look on my pedigrees. You'll see me being bred, Sassy being bred to Waccamaw's Lil John. The weakest damn litter I had. Made me question everything about him. So, I'm going to put it like this, guys. We did the yellow today. We did the Mayday today. Now, I'm telling you now, I think I have really made myself clear about the Mayday shit because guess what? You can always go back to this tape and hit rewind and go back to all them dogs. So the next time somebody open up their mouth and dare say anything about Twin and his shit, would you be ready to talk about all them other 14 dogs that I talked about today? All 14 of them, and every one of them had one thing in common. They were all bred for the box. It was not one of them dogs that didn't have a nice pedigree. Not one. I got ready. I was doing it with Stone City. Exact same thing. I could do it with Hardcore. Exact same thing. I can go do it at Kenny Gaines' yard. Exact same thing. I can go over there and do it with Rebel Kennels' yard. Exact same thing. You're going to find this shit. I can go in there and do it with a lot of my Ratliff, Gaston. I can keep on naming them. 357, the Colored Brothers. I'm telling you, man, those guys that has that understanding of how to do this to get here were successful. I just so happen to be one of them. Never claimed to be any of them. I wish I could have been. You wouldn't believe the kind of dogs that I could have had. But I picked this up in a short notice and ran it for the years that I ran it. and to sit right here and do what I'm doing right now. And have more going for me than any of y'all that act like y'all don't. No. There's veterans out there that can sit there and say the same damn thing. You know, what you could have did to Twin, you had all the opportunity to do the Twin when he was out there. And there's too many people that's over that can look over the map. Too many people. Too many people that know me. Why would they know me? They didn't know me through no damn journal. They didn't meet me through no damn journal. Too many good dog men, no. So don't never question nothing of me. If you don't question me, go talk to them. People that know me. I ain't gonna speak for myself no more. I'm gonna let the people speak. And I hope they got enough nerve to be like, who asking? Be like the Wizard of Oz when you knocked on the wizard, you know, to go into the golden place and shit, you know what I'm saying? You knock on the door, the little guard come to the door. Who are you? Why you want to know? Do you even rate even asking a question? That's what we need to get back to. We need to rate it all the way down to, look, if it's not an intelligent question, then it shouldn't be a question. If it's not an intelligent opinion based on this right here, if you ain't done this right here, then you don't have an opinion to me. Because all we talk about is this. All we talk about is this. This is all you ever hear me talking about. So if you cannot stay in that line beam area right there, then whatever you saying ain't shit worth talking about, bruh. And stop having that conversation and try to have it over here. Okay? And that's just keeping it real. I hope y'all enjoyed tonight, man. I hope we can have more time. And again, there was a point into this. And the point, again, go back to your own yard. That's all I'm saying. Your dog might not be bred like these dogs. You might be talking about so, but then take the same format and just put it in your mind and now look at your yard. I'm not trying to make your dogs these dogs. I'm trying to say, can your dog match up to these dogs? Because this is the kind of shit you're going to run into out here and you get out here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And you want to be prepared, you better catch on to what the hell I just told y'all tonight. Because what's going to happen when you start getting resources, guess what happens? It gets better. Information flows freer. People get to moving around making the right breedings because they're making the right connections. The good shows start getting better because now we're getting the right kind of shows going. So that means everything starts going back to where it used to be when you start having those great ones, because you got to have great dogs to make dogs. Understand that clearly. So for all those who want to continue scratching, I love you, man. Don't stop trying, all right? For all those fake asses that want to keep on sitting out here, act like the internet going to make you something that you ain't, stay out of my room. Because you're not wanted here. You know, they got places where you can go for fake dog, man. They just don't need, they need to put it right there. You know, like, you know, they had a sign to go in the bathroom. You know, ladies, men, and fake dog men. See, we got a door for you guys to go in. They got a little toilet seat that can hold you up, too, if you need to take a pee-pee. Because you don't need to be in here with us big boys. You know what I'm saying? We don't have no diaper tables here for you. Big Daddy, I'm not trying to get on your ass, but telling the truth tonight, you was the biggest dummy in the room. I've been sitting here watching your shit all night. And you...
I didn't even block you out.
I didn't even block you out. You know...
I let you go, Big Daddy, because you know I respect you because you've been around a minute. So I let you have your space. But I did tell you, and you do know, that you will be called out. And as long as you didn't get ignorant, I'm going to always let you have the floor. So that's just my respect to you because of who you are. But don't act like I wasn't watching you.
Landon Hill. And when you said the mother has a lot to do with it, but, you know, remember, I just showed you 14. Actually, 15 great dogs coming off of Mayday being the daddy. Are we literally trying to say that all 15 of them dogs, mother has something to do with it all the way down to my dog? Red Ace, yeah, well, we knew Red Ace had something to do with it because Red Ace was more like, Brat was more like Red Ace, and Red Ace was more like Grand Champion Ace. So, I can understand that to a point, but what about the shit that don't make it? That's my question. You're not going to always get that out of dogs. Genetically, it's like playing Scrabble. You got to be able to pull as many words out of them dice as you can. But if you don't understand that, then guess what? You're not getting nowhere. Genetic-wise, I don't got time for that genetic shit. I ain't got none. I ain't never had that kind of time for that. No. That's just like telling somebody to take a nice, fresh, clean piece of drug and cut it to pieces. To take the time to cut it to pieces and give people bullshit. Okay, to me, because it's more bullshit. If the female played a big part back then, genetically in my line of dogs, guess what? I didn't know it. And I sure wasn't going riding on that to believe that. So you won't never hear me say the female got a lot to do with anything because I bred to a lot of those champions. I bred to a lot of grand champions. And I took a lot of females to do that. You know what I mean? Awesome Baby, she was the top of there. Honey Bun, she was on top. Yeah, can you say that they were major contributors to their greatness? But the whole time, she was bred to a bum dog and produced a champion Luger. Awesome Baby did. He was a bum. I mean, his daddy was, but she still produced Luger. Luger was a good dog. But the point is being made is, do we really put that on a good dog, the genetics, knowing that Awesome Baby was a cold dog? What genetically did she have outside of yellow? Questions to be asked. Well, okay. Well, I would sure like to be in that conversation there, Landon Hill. But if we can get inside that female and pull out some of that stuff there, Mr. Hill, how do we do it? Because how are we gonna know until after the results? We ain't gonna know until we can physically take them out there and put them where it needs to be proven at. It only gets proven but one place. Genetics don't have a damn thing to do with nothing else until we get to that one spot where all questions are being answered. And it's kind of too late to even talk about a bitch and her genetics by then. We didn't waste too much time and too many years. And if it was that simple, there'll be a whole lot of more scientific understanding in the breedings that we make with our dogs. Instead of me saying, I'm just going to breed the match dogs and dogs that I know are producing dogs. You trying to tell me that I can take a bum-ass dog that may produce something because she's off a good dog? I don't understand that part. Because we already know a cold bitch can still throw a great dog. Second to Honey Bunch was a cold dog. The bred some of the baddest grown dogs out there. Whole line still running around out there. Come on now. No, that's the part that, yeah, I would like to get into instead of you wasting all them intelligence on this nobody whose reply back to you is not even relevant. Me and you need to have that conversation because maybe I would appreciate it more because I don't want to go back and forth. I want to get your full understanding. I would even like you to come on the show and explain the genetics. I just know this much. I know the genetics play a part in it because I said Red Ace, she was over Grand Champion Ace, and Red Ace acted like Grand Champion Ace. All the way down to that timid, me watching Ace walk through the yard with us when we was out there on his yard, compared to Red Ace going all the way into Puerto Rico and changing up like, never seen her act like that before. Me with Brat, total difference. Brat was Red Ace, but then she had a Mayday attitude. Look at her picture, look in her eyes. Look at all the Mayday dogs' eyes. You can tell they were crazy dogs. There was something different. They had just a little bit more than everybody else. When they hit the scene running. You can hate on Mayday all you want, but you only reason you hating on me because you being ignorant. How you gonna hate on something that was that goddamn great? And you ain't got none of that on your yard. You ain't never had the privilege to have a Mayday dog or a champion off of Mayday on your yard to even speak on it. So I have. I ain't gonna let you sit back and talk about something that you ain't got. As a matter of fact, you ain't got a one-time winner or nothing. You didn't bred or because you ain't bred shit. So for all y'all want to talk about the dog, I'm coming out to all y'all. Y'all better keep all that ignorant, non-compliant, fake-ass shit away from Twin. That's all I got to say. Mm-hmm. And I think mine is in there. The plug is right there where I was in college. But yeah, fellas.
Thumbs up. We get some thumbs up.
We ain't pulled this thing down to the end. And I hope I was, where I was tonight. It was a place that, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to do the same thing. I want to do it with the Eli dogs. I'm going to do it with the Boyles dogs. Because I can show y'all where the Boyles dogs hit the game just like Mayday and them hit the game at one time. I'm going to talk about Reno. I'm going to talk about Black Paz Jr. These dogs, I know Paz and them was up in the New York area. I'm trying to tell you, I'm going to bring all that up to the table. These are dogs that were making major impacts. I can tell you about Backstreet. I can tell you in some of them cases, y'all be giving all them love to the wrong people. Them people didn't want to leave their backyard. I can show you when we start saying, okay, y'all want to leave, then we'll start coming to you. They start losing. Superman all the way down. We can talk about them. Yeah, we can talk about it. Because I was a guy out there that I was looking to go into any one of them. Anybody. I wasn't playing. I didn't care. I figured the bigger you are, I beat you, the bigger I'll be. It's not that easy when somebody's got their mind stuck on they can't afford to lose because they're out here selling puppies and getting studs. That's all it is. They start having to pick their shit. But you're going to see what I'm saying. A lot of them start losing, from the Boyles down to that GR.CH shit. I'm going to tell you, there was a lot of dogs out there that started losing that we thought, had a reason to believe they weren't as good as they were because they was not moving around. You get soaked in an area that you're comfortable with because you can win there. Everybody maybe just not on your level. But when you got reference out there and you always got somebody that's mad at you, they trying to find something to beat you, that's what usually happens. Somebody who done got mad at you then went out here and found one of them real doggers out here to think that, okay, yeah, we seen. Yeah, we'll do that. And come in there and sneak in your back door and pop you right in the mouth. That's what happened to a lot of them. Happened to a lot of the Boyles dogs and it happened to a lot of the Paz dogs. I mean, Paz Jr. was one of the better dogs. I mean, the one that I seen, he was one of the better ones. I got to give it to him. The rest of them, they showed the mentality that they were very rough dogs, but like I said, I can show you a whole lot of them that lost. A lot of them that lost. And a lot of them, they quit. And they got the quitting in them. See, that's a genetic in itself. All them Eli dogs, they down one of them dogs, and they still made great dogs, but bottom line, a lot of them was quitting. They didn't mind breeding a one-time loser. They quit. And they had much success with it. Much success with it. So, we're going to take it like that and enjoy the night and finish the night off with on that note right there. I got more work to do. I mean, I didn't even get into my Grand Champion Buck stuff. It was just so many places I could have went with him too. For real. There was so many back doors that I could have went with Grand Champion Buck like I did with Mayday. But see, Mayday was after Buck, and it was really Buck and Yellow Buck. And if it don't be for Yellow Buck getting killed you know, on that damn terrible day, you know, me and Jesse was close. He called me. I'm telling you, I love Yellow Buck. I love all that Stone City shit. I'm telling you, if you got it on your yard, fuck Chico and them. I'm talking about the real Stone City. Why go to Chico and them when you know they're all in cahoots anyway? But if they're going to all be in cahoots, why don't you just go to the man who really has everything to do with it? And that's from the boys from Puerto Rico to Jesse. That's Stone City. Why do I need to go to Chico or and all them other ones? I don't need none of them. I would get cheated by him personally. Cheat me, Stone City. Cheat me. That's all I say. I would rather y'all cheat me than all these other fake ass people. There's one thing for damn sure. We know y'all put y'all shit down. There's one thing I know for a damn fact. I don't know about all them other people, but I'm telling you, I know. Stone City put their shit down. Every one of their champions, every one of their grand champions, every one of them registered mayors that came up out that shit was legit. So, when I say these things, why you think they was on my yard? It didn't take Mayday. No, the more I saw the other dogs coming off of Mayday, going around that brat time, you damn right I took Brat back to her daddy. Be a damn fool not to with all the shit that I was sitting around here running into. Guaranteeing I'm gonna get something. Guaranteeing it. And remember, these ain't but one breedings, guys. One breedings. I didn't have a good chance to just do over and over and over with Brad. I didn't get a chance to do over and over with Little Mayday. Everything that make them game build dogs, really everything came off of Little Mayday. Everything that came off of Sassy Girl was still Little Mayday. That wasn't Brad. But Roger, all those dogs came by way of Little Mayday, the dog that broke Brad's leg, her brother. He only had one damn litter. He had 2 puppies. And in them 2 puppies, they created a whole going hard line. And the male was cold. Yeah. 2 puppies. A male and a female, and the male was cold. But the damn male throwing just as many dogs as winners as got down to feed his sister. 2 dogs. And them were going hard dogs. So, I don't know. I didn't keep him. You know, they was able to take the dogs and do what they did with him, and it worked. I'm keeping the bitch. You can have the male. And look what they did with the male. Can't say Twin did it. No, I ain't taking no credit for doing what they did. The only thing I'm going to take credit for is breeding the dog. Now, what they did with that dog and the dogs that I had that they bred into, they created a hell of a line. And then they came back and got made to it and made it even better. But still, how you gonna use my shit and then try to slick backdoor me? You done popping it. I'm Twin. I'm from the block, bro. I'm from Akron, Ohio. You ain't smart enough to backtrack me because you in the wind, bro. Fakeness is always gonna stand out when it comes to being real. I'll pick up a fake ass and looking way across the back end of the room. You know? I don't blame you for being a fake ass. I just blame you for running around with a fake ass. That's why you're acting like a fake ass. So they know who I'm talking about. And you turn around and bitch your ass for being with this fake ass. See? That's what you get. Yeah, I'm going to say it. I'm not being quiet about shit. I'm putting all y'all on notice. You ain't seen going hard yet. If going hard don't play upstairs. I like playing downstairs. And I don't want to play downstairs. It's upstairs trash is getting on my nerves. I'm losing my enthusiasm. I'm seeing all this trash and watching all you guys getting mixed up and not knowing which way to turn or which way to go. I'm feeling sorry and bad for you guys, but I'm trying to help you. And that's why I be so down on all the fakery and people being disrespected and ain't giving enough respect to the game. If you ain't doing shit, have a little respect and don't say nothing if you can't say something. Okay? Because right now, y'all, a bunch of y'all saying nothing. You act like you know what you're talking about, but you don't know nothing. You knew so damn much, why ain't you got something? Why can't you answer our questions when we ask you questions? Man, shut all that shit up, man. Let's do this, bro. Mike.
Yeah, I got you. Let me answer this right quick.
You must be going in on somebody. He's talking about, let me answer this right quick. He's answering the chat. Yeah, I could put it out a lot quicker in words you want me to read it, because I'll put it out there. I mean, what'd he say? Yeah, fellas. We on some new shit. Hey, I did tell y'all I was going to put my address out. I did tell y'all, right? Okay. So, I didn't get a chance because I was a little late today. But I'm going to put it up. And I'm going to put it up on Friday, where I can put it in a presentation. So guys, if you don't get it, you can always go back to the video and get it that way. Okay, I might even have 2-in-1 put something like, you know, address locator or something like that, where you guys, you know, as you new guys go to, you see this video and you have a tendency of forgetting where it was at, either send me a text or, you know, or send me an email and I'll just tell you, because I'm going to put it out there for you guys. Now, just because I put it out there, I mean everybody going to be running to me, you know, looking for a membership when it's not going to be that easy. You know, I'm going to send you right back out there with the guys who got the memberships, because y'all better off going through the people that's closer around you in your circle. And those are the people that I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get the real circle and not the fake circle. So I think the real circle got a better understanding. And then you go, well, how's those new guys going to get in? Behave like you want to get in. That's the only way you're going to get in. Because I'm going to really push that issue. You know, I don't see no purpose if you ain't trying to do one to be in. It's not a sideshow for y'all to be invited to anymore. It's not one of those kind of situations. You know, if you can get down there, in there, and get in, then you'll see the way you'll be able to get in, but you won't be able to get in that way. It's going to be room, it's going to be time for y'all and a place for y'all to be able to go to see events and shows and things like that. And there's going to be ways that we can do it where everybody's going to be safe to be secure and feel like that we can have these shows and have fun, man. You know what I mean? Remember, we're not condoning or we're not even promoting dog fighting. We're talking about shows. They can take that word and throw 19 different themes on it. A treadmill show, a wall show, a pig show, boar show. I mean, look, I'm just telling you, it's time for us to enjoy what we feed, man. And there's a way to do it without, you know, watching everybody get tore down for trying. You know, I'm giving my props out and giving my head nod to everybody who wants as bad as I do. Anybody who wants as bad as me but think they're going to get it by being phony and fake as shit, just don't do it in my room, because we're going to catch you. And when we catch you, we're going to make it bad for every other room you go in. Because one day it's going to come to, this is going to get big, because, guys, I'm only at 23, 24 videos. I'm in no way comparison to 180 and 200 and all that. I'm just getting started. And so that tells me that sooner the better I get down there and get to play, guess what I get to come back and do? I get to bring up real up-to-date shit. You know, historical shit that we found in the goddamn vault. There's a lot of stories out there that need to be told. Let's make a story. Do y'all homework. I want it to be some of y'all. I can't wait to see who becomes that, who's gonna come out of this. You know, I can go in a lot of these rooms and be sitting there wondering, because they all talk stupid to me. You know, most of the podcast rooms that I be going in, I be wondering I would be out of dogs by now playing with y'all with this podcast shit. I mean, you got so many people that want to be Earl Tudor and Pete Sparks and them, you know what I mean? And be so fake, so phony. It seems like they just want to be accepted, you know. And I can't give you that. I think that's why we come always with that hard shit, man. Because I believe in going hard, and I live by that. And you know, God let me, he gonna let me die by that, because I'm sure giving him a hard time to take me home. I'm snatching like a baby. I ain't trying to go away nowhere. I got God on that corner, and I'm scratching into him, telling him I don't want to go. You know, in the end, he may end up having to take me away, but guess what? I'm gonna dog my way out of that, bro. And I believe in what I did and what I'm doing. And I believe he wants me to stick around just long enough to make sure that I get a chance to see it, because that's how much it meant to me. And he blessed me to give me that chance to do this. He let some acting up, foolish ass people test my heart and what I believe in. And this is what you got in return. So, I don't want everybody to understand, you know what I'm saying? I'm realer than I'm real, and ain't gonna never get nobody no realer than this unless they got the word legend or great behind their name. And a lot of those guys are dead. You know what I'm saying? I never got a chance to sit there and tell most of them, you know, even though they probably knew from the results of what I did. You know, I've heard many of them say, man, a damn twin, boy, that's one of my boys right there. I got a lot of them that can sit there and say that. From Jesse, Big Mike, all the way up to the Detroit boys. I mean, I'm never too big. Never tried to be too big that I could not be in a place where they can feed and take care of me like they did. And I'm telling you, man, I really appreciate every single damn one of them. I do. Ain't too many people can be blessed like I've been blessed. And all I'm trying to do is share it with you guys. That's all. That's all. And in the process, I'm gonna keep it real. You know what I'm saying? It's like we know what's up, fellas. It's that time zone. It's that time zone. We're gonna be hitting that parking lot. Hope we got some real shit going on in the parking lot today. I mean, outside of Big Daddy tying up the room, he need to open up him a podcast so we can go out there and throw roses at him. You know what I mean? We're either gonna give him roses or we're gonna give him a whole bunch of thumbs down. But in the meanwhile, you know, thanks for making it interesting, Big Daddy.
Much respect, bro.
Much respect, bro. I still love you, man. Still love you. Thank you for coming. I don't want you to run away. I want you to stick around here long enough to do, and you can answer my questions. You know, the questions that you didn't answer me yet. You know, I'm gonna stick with you until you can find your way to get those questions answered to me. All right? Cause I'm gonna never give you the love that you deserve from me because you didn't answer my questions. I answered yours, so you can't expect too much coming from me when you didn't answer mine. So until you get that part right there, bro, you're gonna be always on my shit list. All right? And then that shit list, it's not gonna take you nowhere messing with me. You know, you're just gonna be, you know what I mean? And I love you, bro, but you gotta respect everybody. You're gonna do it, you're gonna respect it. Can't have you not respecting it. Give a damn, I don't care who you are. You ain't respecting it, then you don't get it. Bottom line. All right, fellas. I need you, bro. What's up, fellas?
Thumbs up. I need the thumbs up. I need the roses flying. I need the strong arms. I need you people to remember to hit that like button. Thank you for showing up to the show. And subscribe, y'all. Look here. We still trying to figure out where we're going to go. But check this out. If anything, much love and respect to everybody who subscribed, and for the people who are just coming in new. Hit the subscribe buttons and like buttons, and welcome to the show. Until then,
Hey, fellas, don't forget, we need support. Don't forget, if you like what I'm saying, help us out. The basement don't run on free. And like I said, I'm doing everything that's down there to build it. I can't sit out here and bring out the structure, the blueprint, but those guys is getting the cars, they'll be able to help you. I hope they don't never come out here to help you, but they're gonna see there's something out there. So guys, continue to support. We need that support. Definitely. If you like what I'm saying, show me. Help me so I can continue helping y'all. You understand what I mean? I want to travel. I want to go to yards. You know, I'm not going in my pocket to do it. I'm not going to do it. I want supporters that's going to stand behind me to do it. You know? Those are the ones that I'm going to want to come and see. I hope you sit together where it's going to be worth seeing too, all right? Just keep that thought. But in the meanwhile, as we always do things, guys, what is it? We always gonna be going hard, always. Going hard, reload it, got to reload that shit. But in the meanwhile, while y'all trying to catch it on, understand on the creep move.
You like to see how I creeped in that motherfucker.
You understand what I'm going there, right?
Wow. What's up, fellas? You know what's up. You know how we do this.
There ain't but one thing you gotta do to keep it real, guys, and don't come but in one place, in them walls.
No,
In them walls, is the only way this word means anything. You got to always scratch the wind.
Y'all know what's up.
Make them make it rule.
Hey, man.
Make them make it.
I mean, you know what's up, boy.
You gotta make them do it, man. You gotta make them do it.
Baby.
2022, y'all. Everybody scratch the wind. There's nowhere in the world we're gonna come out the house with 2 curves and call that a win. We love you, fellas. See you in the parking lot. Peace.